what we've been doing in the Civil Rights Department. City Council added some things to our title after we were created. So we kind of just go by the nickname of LA Civil Rights, but our official title is Civil, Human Rights, and Equity Department. And I'm going to show you our overview if folks can see the screen. By the way, I see my good friend Arnie on the call. I at least see your name. I don't see your face, but to know you're nearby is appreciated. Wanted to, tell you that we have 4 pillars of our department, and we serve 3 commissions and the Transgender Advisory Council in our department. So we have the Commission on Civil Rights, which actually has the enforcement authority to deal with cases for the private sector in commerce, education, employment, and housing. And those are violations that would take place in the city of Los Angeles. And I can answer any questions about it, but our program will be up and running by, I think, like the end of May. And we are really excited about opening up that arm of our office. A lot of folks think civil rights, it must be a policing thing. That's not the case. We only handle cases related to the private sector in commerce, education, employment, and housing. And I can answer questions about that, but I just wanted to let you know that we want to be surgical in dealing with areas where people aren't getting justice. And people aren't seeing justice in a number of ways. And you think about it, the stat that African Americans and Latinos pay $700 million per year more than their white counterparts with the same credit score is really upsetting in these days, and especially when you think about some of the inequities along the way that people have experienced. We also have the Commission on the Status of Women. We just celebrated Women's History Month. Less than 24 hours ago, it's still Women's History Month. But as it relates to gender equity issues, that's a space where we really lean in. And I think that post-pandemic, we will continue to need to support women, as we had so many women drop out of the workplace. Whether they were last hired and first to be let go when the economic crisis of the pandemic hit. But we also know that women had to leave the workplace for childcare and other domestic care duties, maybe taking care of parents, et cetera. We wanted to also highlight the Human Relations Commission, which is like the heart of our department, and it's pretty much the heart of the city. And we had, if you're not speaking, if you can put yourself on mute, that'd be great. I wanted to just say that the Human Relations Commission deals with racial harmony. And in these times, we really need to lean in this space. Wanted to really be intentional to let you know that the Human Relations Commission is really taking an active role when it comes to AAPI hate. And we do know that hate crimes are on the rise for our Asian Pacific Islander brothers and sisters. And we've been doing a lot of work in this space. Wanted to let you know that the City Council has been, leading that effort as well. Councilman Lee, Mark Willie Thomas, and Councilwoman Nithya Raman just had a motion go forward to direct our department to create a marketing campaign to stop the uptick in hate against our Asian brothers and sisters. I think it is really important to know that we will be soon launching this, and we're hoping by May you'll see things all over as it relates to bumper stickers on city assets, looking at bus shelters, the art space that's attached to our bus shelters, on the side of city buildings, on the sides of city trucks, like your sanitation vehicles, et cetera, DOT, Department of Transportation vehicles, et cetera. So we are looking to utilize anything from DWP assets to any city vehicle from even LAPD perhaps is driving around town to make sure that we stop hate crimes against the API community. It is very important to know that after 9/11, hate crime spiked against our Muslim brothers and sisters. And guess what? Since 9/11, which was pretty much 20 years ago, hate crimes have never gone down to their pre 9/11 numbers for the Muslim community. And we do not want that to be the case with our API community. We need to really be intentional in this space because we see that we're going into the orange tier, for example, as it relates to dealing with the coronavirus. And the impetus of some of these hateful words were attached to you know, someone that was in an elected office, just to be frank, weaponizing some things as it is tied to the coronavirus. And so the coronavirus is pretty much behind us. And as a matter of fact, when you think about it, we actually have other variants that have come along. We have the South African variant, the UK variant, numbers are going higher in Brazil, et cetera. And you're not seeing the same kind of negative comments to other groups. It's not like, oh my goodness, there's an uptick in South African, hate crimes because there's a new variant. This was targeted to the community, a certain community, and we do know that women are also victimized. So it's not only just something that our Human Relations Commission is focused on, but also the Commission on the Status of Women, because women, especially older women, are really seeing an uptick in these hate crime numbers. More than twice as many women are victims of these hate incidents than as compared to men of the same race. Wanted to also talk about the transgender community. We have the Transgender Advisory Council. Some of you may know that yesterday was the Transgender Day of Visibility. And I think it's important for you to know too, that that's another community that has dealt with hate crimes consistently, and numbers continue to soar. And we've had a number of incidents that have happened pretty much all over the city. You may have heard or was in the paper, I think yesterday, or day before yesterday, about hate incidents that happened at MacArthur Park. And that's not the first time we've seen incidents actually at that park, but things are happening all over, even in my beloved former Wilshire Police area, that you guys are also the part of your neighborhood councils serves is in. I think it's important to also know that we have outreach and community engagement. So we have a robust faith-based operation. Some of you may know that when I was the special assistant for Mr. Fuhrer, Mike Fuhrer, I elected city attorney, we had a pretty robust faith-based operation with the city attorney's office, and I led that effort. And we have over 100 partners, temples, mosques. We have a broad coalition of leaders, and even on our Human Relations Commission, we have representation from the Sikh community, and a number of other, communities on our various councils, Muslim community, you name it. And I'm really grateful for the harmony that our faith-based groups really support and celebrate. That's another thing I can tell you, that we'll be using the faith-based institutions to help us a great deal with hate crime prevention. Wanted to tell you that we have some bias awareness training that will be coming to neighborhood councils. We're looking for our department to help fund some of those programs. So when you do hear about anti-bias training and opportunities to have training, coming from your neighborhood councils, please take it. It is hard-fought resources that made that happen. So we want you all to be able to govern effectively to make a difference in your community, in your city. And we also want folks to feel feel a sense of community even while you all are serving. And then of course, I think I touched on it, discrimination enforcement outreach and hate crime prevention work are things we do. Again, our discrimination enforcement arm will be dealing with commerce, education, employment, and housing. And by the end of this spring, we'll have a kickoff, and there'll be things on social media. One thing I did want to ask Charlie to do, if I don't know if we have a chat available. If we don't have chat access, you do? Okay. So our website is civilandhumanrights.lacity.org. And that is our website. And so you can follow us, and we also can give you information about our social media handles. We're at LA Civil Rights. And special thanks to a guy named Sean that actually gave us his Twitter handle of LA Civil Rights. I have no idea how long he had it, but was kind enough to turn it over to our department as we were getting started. Equity and empowerment, big for us. We are going to focus on 3 things. And just for those that are just joining, we're giving an overview of the department. We're going to spend a lot of time focused on the first page, and then I'm going to just scroll through very quickly the other pages, and we'll make this available to all of the members here on the call, or at least to make sure that you all have access to it. The equity and empowerment focuses on 3 things: the policy equity lens, upward mobility programming, and corporate diversity metrics. When you think about the policy equity lens, we don't have to look much further than the COVID crisis. You may remember in the olden days of 2020, when you need to have a car, a driver's license, and a computer to get a COVID test. Of course, that's no longer the case. Equity has come into play, and so we're able to serve more people with a number of that may have had a number of obstacles early on as it relates to COVID testing. And then of course now for the vaccine, and you may have seen the MOVE program, which allows pop-up centers and opportunities for people to walk up, do same day appointments. I do know that of course there is a shortage of vaccines probably for the next week or so, but we continue to get influxes of an influx of resources from a number of sources. Wanted to tell you on the policy equity lens, in addition to COVID-19, we will be looking at 2 other areas. And those other 2 areas will be digital divide, as well as food deserts. And I think, just looking at opportunities to serve folks in need. I have to let Dolores Spears in here. Someone's from the city family, I believe. Wanted to let you know that we also have the upward mobility programming. Super proud of this effort. Out of the entire department, it's the thing that I love the most. Upward mobility programming helps people get into the middle class and beyond. It's like leveling the playing field. And when you think about upward mobility, we're talking college and career readiness, opportunities to learn about careers in STEM, STEAM, opportunities to learn about financial literacy, home ownership, how to become an entrepreneur, become a union member, etc. So I'm really excited about that work. And as a matter of fact, we're doing a citywide event. And I don't know, Charlie, if you can pull the flyer, or at least maybe find it on the website if you have time to give the information about the event that's going to happen on April the 13th. We're doing an event called Real Talk, and we have a distinguished author along with others that will do a presentation on how to conduct yourself in cyberspace for young people. The author of the book is Jonathan Crystal, who actually was who is an assistant city attorney. He's higher than a deputy city attorney. Wrote a book called What They Don't Teach Teens. And he is going to talk about some cybersecurity and protections that young folks need. I think it's also important to know we'll have a mental health provider as well as someone from Homeboy Industries to give a little bit of advice of, the do's and don'ts of becoming an adult. Wanted to also tell you, so that event's going to happen on the 13th of this month, April 13th, from 5:30 to 7. I think we'll end a little early, but officially the time is 5:37, and that effort is led by Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez of the 7th District, who really believes in personal accountability and helping young people in that space as well. Finally, I wanted to just, on equity and empowerment, wanted to talk to you about corporate diversity metrics. We know that Prop 16 did not pass, so we don't have affirmative action in California. However, there are some companies that wanted to voluntarily move forward to level the playing field as it relates to hiring and promoting and having pay equity. So we have a number of companies that actually took a pledge to increase their number of African American and Latino hires, those in management, the procurement dollars, et cetera. And if Charlie has access, she can put in the Renew pledge. I think we can look up, I think it's lamayor.renew.org or something like that. Charlie, if you can put that in the chat, that would be fabulous. Or you can direct folks to our website. Wanted to, give a shout out to our commissioners. Like you, these folks are, our unofficial public servants that really make a difference. You may know and recognize, some of these names, some of these folks that really make a difference in our city: the Commission on Civil Rights, the Commission on the Status of Women, the Human Relations Commission, and the Transgender Advisory Council. Altogether, we have 32 people that, help us guide and shape our department. I wanted to tell you that we have a Fuse Fellow. If you're not familiar with the Fuse Core program, it's amazing. It's an amazing concept of having mid-career professionals that are interested in service and public service, and yes, as public servants, to have an opportunity to do a well-paid internship. You may be an applicant, you may be interested if you are affiliated with the public sector in getting a Fuse Corp intern fellow, because their skill sets, you may have someone who, worked in pharmaceuticals for 10 years, but now they want to, help out with, COVID equity work, or some kind of other, health disparity issue. Could be the county, state, federal government. I don't know if they do the federal government, but I know for sure they focus on local government, and we were able to acquire a Fuse Fellow at no cost for our department to help us with some of our equity work. Another great program that is it's not even, really well known, especially in California. I think we are the first outpost for the Public Rights Project. We'll have an attorney to serve with us to help us with our discrimination enforcement arm for a 2-year period. And as I mentioned earlier, our discrimination enforcement arm will be up and operational probably within the next month or so. And we have COVID equity work we're doing. Of course, I serve on the public health, LA County's public health vaccine equity committee. It's a mouthful, but we have an opportunity to talk about equity issues all the time. And, I'm often on the phone with some of our officials down at a number of centers where people are being served as it relates to the vaccine. We know that we had to give out, I think the Mayor's Fund gave us about $30,000 to help us with thermometer distributions early on in the pandemic. We had people that were COVID positive, but they didn't have the resources to monitor their situation at home. And then the PPEs have been a big thing for our essential workers, just knowing that they need their personal protective equipment for so long. This is a sample of some of our community meetings. Of course, we had a opportunity to talk about our API hate crimes and incidents with our mayor, who appointed me in 2020, in February of 2020. As Laura mentioned, I knew we needed this work, but I didn't know how much we would need it by the summer of 2020. And really grateful that the mayor is standing up against hate, along with my former boss of 6+ years, Mike Fuhr, and newly elected councilwoman Nithya Raman. And by the way, I was just giving a shout out to the Fuse Fellowship Program. I actually met Nithya Raman when she was a Fuse Fellow, helping out to deal with homeless issues in the CAO's office. And then, of course, my beloved friend, B. Gramala from LAPD. She's really like the heart of LAPD, and she's had many roles over the years. And then we have Manju Kakarne that has really been on top of Stop AAPI Hate and leading that effort on behalf of APCOM, an organization she runs to serve 40 API organizations within our region. Of course, we had African American Heritage Month. In February, we did some events in this space, focusing on the media. And then we also had opportunities for our young folks, 60 of our young folks from LAUSD, to have a chance to break bread with some of my friends from the NFL Network. That is, and that program was funded through the mayor's fund via Google. And we were able to send food to 60 LAUSD student households so they could actually literally have a meal while they were talking with executives from the NFL Network. And we're talking about writers, social media, comms kind of folks, all the way to on-air talent. And then, of course, for our immigrant communities, we reached out as it relates to how to support underserved communities that were dealing with the COVID pandemic. And I want to just say this about the equity, especially in the COVID space. It's not just about helping and serving the one community over another, because I think the reason that we are in the orange tier now is that we made sure that everyone could be served as it relates to the COVID crisis with resources, because if we did not, I have a strong feeling and belief that we would really continue to struggle with COVID deaths and hospitalizations. This is a list of groups that we've met with. You guys will be added to this list if it's okay with you all, but a lot of our discussions pretty much start off with, just checking in with folks. And then, as you can see, as time goes on, we're able to incorporate folks to do projects with us. Like, say, for example, we hosted a Seder with the Jewish Federation just about a week and a half ago. And, we met with the Jewish Federation in September, checking in. This is what we're doing. This is what we're working on. The NFL Network, of course, we met with them also in September. And I just mentioned we had a project with them where they helped us mentor our students. October, we met with USC Agents of Change down there at the bottom. And now we have a real live person in the name of Charlie Rivera that's on this call, that is an intern that that has joined us along with 3 of her colleagues at no cost to our department to help us. So a lot of these meetings are opportunities for us to do work in the future. I mentioned the Fuse Fellow Program. I think we may have met with them in December, for example, and now in 3 weeks, we will have a full-time employee helping us with our equity space. I see that it's 7:03, and I will wrap up in the next 3 minutes, but I wanted to show you that we have our office space, which will be down in the LA Mall. Yes, we are in construction. I was downtown today. There was no construction going on today. However, we plan to open our office space down in the LA Mall. Some of you may be familiar with the CVS is down in the LA Mall, or maybe where the old Hallmark store was. We are going to be right there when you come down the escalator. This is what you will see, our new home, which will house our office. We have the complaint process and showing the areas in commerce, education, employment, and housing, where we will provide support. Again, you all will get a copy of this. But if it looks a little sparse in employment and housing, it's simply because the fact that we have been preempted by the state and feds, the EEOC on the federal side, and the Department of Fair Employment and Housing on the state side, as it relates to cases that we can bring. And then we also have the complaint process and how it will work. Wanted to give a shout out to my beloved alma mater, Pepperdine School of Law, for providing the mediation program for our department at no cost. It's a value of about $300,000 that they are providing in resources to support our department in the first year. Again, this is some of our social media follow-up. And even in starting a new department, there's so many things you need, like creating your comms operation, logos, websites, etc. Wanted to also let you know a little bit about our partners. I mentioned USC, Pepperdine, the Agents of Change program, of course, lending us the 4 interns, and then Pepperdine School of Law helping us with the free mediation services. We also have UCLA for all the Bruins. I didn't want to give you guys too much love because, you know, everybody's bragging about going to the Final Four. But some of you know my husband is a Trojan, so he's sad that he can't, have those same bragging rights. But wanted to let you know that UCLA actually sent us our very, very first 2 interns when we were like by ourselves. So extremely grateful for that. And they have re-upped the program this year. So this fall we'll have some more support. So I'm going to stop the share here. And I think I hear someone else talking, but right. I wanted to stop the share here and, just take a couple of questions. Oh, there's Arnie showing his smile. And I see Miss Dolores's picture and a couple other, friendly faces on this call. I'm really, really grateful to see all of you all, and I appreciate your service to the city of Los Angeles. I consider you all our colleagues. So any questions from me?
Yeah, let me interrupt for 1 sec, and thank you, Capri. We officially do have quorum. We just acquired quorum. I see a few hands. So I'd like to take 5 minutes max on this, if that's okay. Dolores and then Hugo.
Hi, Capri, how are you? Oh, wait.
Yep. How are you, Ms. Dolores? And appreciate your service, and you're still active and involved and, representing in a different way.
I wanted to ask if there is anything in particular going on in the city that we need to zero in on, and also if there's anything going on with your department where you would need support from stakeholders as well as UNNC.
So thank you so much for the question. There are 2 things, of course, it's budget season. So and there are some needs that we have, and I think for the most part, City Council has really been super supportive, but we may have to lean in for resources as it relates to our enforcement piece, just to make sure that we have investigators, and even with the high volume that we're anticipating, we may have to need support for a legal assistant general manager to assist us in that space. And then, of course, we'll be going before a number of committees to get positions unfrozen, et cetera, just so that we can have, little things like an executive assistant or, someone to support our various commissions. Right now we have 32 people that we serve. The other thing that I'd like to see our neighborhood councils do is to stand up against hate. And we will be providing, tool kits as well as some marketing materials. I think it would really warm people's hearts to see, some of the local businesses with signs, on their premises, or, bumper stickers or magnets on their cars, because it's really a traumatic experience to know that, you may leave your house and when you come back, you may be a victim of a crime if you're able to come back from being a victim of a crime, depending on the severity. So those are my two asks. And if some of you want to follow up online, Charlie, I'm hoping you're taking down some of the information. It's hard for me to talk as well as kind of read the chat. So please keep an eye on the chat for me. And I think I answered both your questions, and there may be a couple more questions we can do in the 5 minutes we've been given by.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dolores. Our next question is from Hugo.
Hello, hi Capri, I'm Hugo, nice to meet you. I'm a board member of UNNC for about a year, and I've done some engagement with homeless people in our area, in our boundaries, with Dorit and with Tori. And recently, I'm not sure if this question applies to you, but I'm hoping it does. Recently on the news, we saw how there were interactions between the police and protesters in Echo Park with the homeless community. And one thing that was being passed around was transcripts of what people said, of what the police said during the scanners. And so I feel like things like that can strain the relationship between people and the police. And I was kind of wondering how you and your department will interact with LAPD to kind of handle these situations, because I feel that if a person stops trusting the police that are meant to protect them, then they live in a different world than the people who do trust the police, because they have to take matters into their own hands or just accept crimes that happen to them. And so, yeah.
Yes, Hugo, I really appreciate that question. And again, I said earlier that we do not do enforcement as it relates to anything in the public sector. And I really wanted to commend you, Ms. Nori, and Ms. Tori for your service to those in need. I wanted to, you may have seen, as we've been on this call, a young man walking behind me, and that's my son. So as a mother of a teenage African-American male, this is, he says hello, is very important to me. We have to definitely keep the lines of communication open. Our department doesn't have an enforcement arm, but that does not mean that we don't talk about these issues and address some of these issues. And quite frankly, we've been talking to police. I talk to someone from the police department at least once or twice a week about a variety of issues, like hiring and making sure there's representation. That is something that City Council has tasked our department to do as it relates to some of the numbers that LAPD will be sharing about their hiring and their representation. The secondary thing that I would like to tell you our department's done is we actually had African-American and policing discussions. You all may remember the Embrace LA dinners. I think maybe some of you may have participated in those with, I think Councilman Weston really had those started in the area. And I think it's really important to know that we had a follow-up, like it was like 1 or 2 years later, I think maybe 2 years later, we had a follow-up conversation with people that participated in those dinners to continue the dialogue. And I do think we definitely need to have opportunities to build relationships and to build trust, because once that trust erodes, you know, like you said, we would have people taking the law into their own hands or not calling or reaching out for service. So we just have to understand things on all sides. And, you know, full disclosure, I was a neighborhood prosecutor, worked in a police station for 5 years of my career, but you can look at me and know I've been living in this skin probably a little longer. So I understand, you know, the complexities, you know, all the way around. And I do think we need to continue to, you know, call things out, and also to to do so in a way to say that this helps everyone, because again, we know what happens when people, you know, when trust is eroded. So thank you for your question. Thank you for your service. And thank you for being a young person that wants to make a difference. I'm going to keep my eye on you.
Thank you, Hugo, and thank you, Capri. We have one more question from Chris Carlson. Let's please keep this short and sweet.
I think you're on mute.
Unmute, sorry. Right at the beginning of this year, I believe it's the city controller released a report that showed there was a huge pay and persistent pay equity between women employed by the city and their male counterparts. Is this something that your office can play a major role in? Because it's a long-standing issue and the data speaks for itself.
Yes. So, and thank you for that question. And City Council has tasked us with, you know, looking at some of the pay inequities and, you know, following up with reports to work with, you know, folks and personnel about the whys. And we know that, you know, for example, a number of high earning positions are tied to like police and fire. And, you know, we're looking at data through that lens. And one of my discussions in the last week or so was with Chief Choi, who is the chief of staff to our police chief, Michael Moore, and someone that was, you know, really receptive to, you know, some suggestions. I also wanted to let you know that we have a DEI specialist that diversity, equity, and inclusion specialist with LAPD, and it's just an amazing, you know, leader in that space that is really trying to assist us as it relates to, you know, getting more women on the force, and how, and actually what women need and what some of the barriers are. Like, for example, when you think about, you know, some other professions that seem to have, and I'll be very brief here, I'll be as brief as possible, but to make some accommodations, like thinking about shared job sharing, for example, or an opportunity to think about placing, you know, women in leadership in some of these groups, and then of course doing an aggressive outreach campaign for hiring. And then also the last thing I'll say is understanding that women more likely than men may be working their way up from a number of positions. And in doing that, you know, people base your salary based on your last, you know, place on payroll. And so that perpetuates the inequities. And to say, you know, this job pays this much money, not asking you how much you made in your last job. And I know that people, you know, aren't supposed to do that, but to a certain extent that still happens. So I want you to know that Mayor Garcetti and General Manager Wendy Macy from the Personnel Department are working on that with a number of other leaders like Deputy Mayor Brenda Shockley, that is working on equities in the city family. So thank you for that important question. It's truly been a pleasure to be with you all.
Well, thank you so much, Capri. We're going to need, I hope you can stay a little while. Maybe you can and maybe you can't. We're going to have an interesting next discussion, but we do need to officially call this meeting to order. We do now have quorum. And so I'm going to call this meeting to order. And for those who arrived as the time has come on, my name is Laura Myers, and I am UNNC's president. And I want to share the screen and bring up our agenda. We have, as always, a rather ambitious agenda, and we're starting officially 18 minutes late at 7:18. And we are being recorded. If you were unaware that this meeting is being recorded. So we do need a motion to approve the agenda. I have been taking attendance, so we don't need to take attendance. I've been chatting that, but is there a motion to approve the agenda? And I can scroll all the way through it if you would like.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay.
John?
I second, Lizzie.
Okay. And is there any discussion, or shall we just do a raise of blue hand votes? Okay. Yeah, and I need to stop the share. I'm getting an error message. So for those who are new to Zoom, which should not be our board members at this point, if you're on the computer, if you would take your cursor and scroll to the bottom of the black screen and bring up the word participants, and it'll bring up a box, depending on your settings, usually on your right. If you bring up that, you'll see who's at the meeting, but you will also have the ability to raise your hand. So could you please raise your blue hand, raise your hand if you approve the agenda as presented. If you are a board member and if you're able. Okay. And I think we have more than half voting.
Okay, well,
Okay.
7:20.
It has passed.
Let's go ahead and get this meeting started.
I'm trying. Thank you.
Starting the meeting at 7.
Whoever is speaking, I'm going to go right to the very next item on the agenda, meeting protocols reminder. Please don't speak until you've been called on. But also, what we are all of the board members do have to take a code of conduct. We, not training, but we all sign it. But we agree to be civil to each other, to respect each other's opinion. And this is a Zoom meeting, not a webinar, so you are all enabled to participate, and you have the controls to mute or unmute yourself. But I would ask that you would stay mute unless called upon. If you're having problems getting recognized, you could chat to us, but please do not make comments in the chat that would be like back comments about items on the agenda. We use the chat for really just two things at our meetings. One is to say in chat, I'm having trouble raising my hand, would you please call on me? And two, we will post our motions in the chat so that we have a record of them. We also have a moderator, and that is Jeff Camp, former president of UNNC, former Council District 10. He's now with another council district, but our city employee moderator. And so Jeff will call on those who need to speak when you've raised your hand. If you're really having trouble getting our attention, you could also try the reaction screen and just keep flashing a yellow hand, and we'll probably notice. Okay, the next, and again, please do not use the chat to try and send messages to me or to Greg or to Jeff or to Lizzie or to anyone else, because we're not supposed to be reading the messages. So for 5 minutes or 0, if no one raises their hand, our next item is public comments on any item not on this agenda. So any general public comments or announcements not on the agenda. Please raise your hands, if any.
Lizzie?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just very quickly, would like to share this flyer from Kedron Health, which is one of the vaccination clinics that is, like Ms. Maddox was pointing out, is one of the organizations that is securing equitable vaccination distribution in South LA. So walk-ins are welcome. You do not need to make an appointment. These are bilingual flyers. I have been volunteering there for a few weeks, and I can reassure you that you will be there in and out very quickly, and they will take you. You just refer to the flyer. You say that you belong to one of the zip codes eligible for walk-ins. The UNNC footprint is all the zip codes are in this eligibility tier. So please spread the word. We will try also to canvass the neighborhood. And I have word from other neighbors that they have been to Kedron and they have been vaccinated, and they are the categories are very relaxed at Kedron. So please spread the word. Let's all get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Are there any other
Thank you,
public
Lizzie.
comments?
Madam President.
Thanks,
Madam
Liz.
President, I do not see any further hands raised at this point in time.
Okay. So our next item on the agenda is a proposal to co-name a segment of Crenshaw Boulevard to commemorate Malcolm X. We have it on the agenda to end at 8 o'clock. I'm hoping, I know it was to start at 10 after 7, so we're 10 minutes late. I'm hoping we will be able to stick to the other end of this and end at 8 o'clock. I'm not sure, Andre, do you want to just coordinate who's speaking first?
Yes, I'd like to give and we'll stick to this. Our part of it will be brief since we've been here before. So
Okay.
it'll be myself and then my other two colleagues, Tori Brandon Reese and Shaka Satori.
And does anybody need to share the screen, or do you want me to share the artwork that you sent me yesterday?
That is, yes, that is right. The first one and the first one is a map showing the corridor.
Okay.
The second one is, and I'll let you know when it's time to transition to that. The
Okay,
second
so why don't
exhibit
you
is-
start? And
Sure.
I
Okay.
actually,
Sure.
silly me, don't have them
Sure.
up. So let me
Okay,
open
then.
them while you
And
start.
I'll just go on and first of
Thank
all,
you.
first say a good evening, everyone, and thank you again for allowing us to present. And hello, Capri. We've crossed paths at City Hall many times, and it's good to see you again. And your
Likewise,
growing son there, he's
Yes.
really growing up. Yes, indeed. We say hello to him too. My name is Msunga Mbele Andre Parvenu. I'm a former city planner with the City of Los Angeles. I spent 14 years there at City Hall. I'm also a former transportation planning manager with Metro. And I'm a founding commissioner with the California State Redistricting Commission. But most of all, I'm a community advocate, and I'm serving as a facilitator for this proposal. As I mentioned before, my colleagues, Tori Brandon Reese and Shaka Satori, are the project leads in this effort. I'm just sort of nudging everything along. Thank you, Laura. That is the map I wanted you all to see. Actually, we're planning to co-name, and we want to keep emphasizing the word co-name. A 5 mile, it's actually a 5 mile segment. I should have let you know that, Laura. It's a 5 mile segment of Crenshaw Boulevard extending from the 10th freeway to the north, south to not Vernon, but actually to 79th Street, which is the boundary with the city of Inglewood. Now, the northwesternmost part of this corridor includes 1.5 miles on the east side of the street, the east side of Crenshaw, from the freeway to Coliseum. Of course, as everyone knows, is within the area of the United Neighbors Neighborhood Council. On the west side of that same street, of course, is within West Adams. We have approval letters in the making from, and we've been approved through the same process from the West Adams Neighborhood Council to the west. So the west side of the street is already in agreement, at least from the freeway to Coliseum. And we also have an approval from Equine, the West Area Neighborhood Council, and further south from Park Mesa Heights. And we have a pending letter of approval from the South Los Angeles Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, SLANC. So we have the support also and have favorable responses from major entities along the corridor, far too many to mention. But I just want to say that we have been at this for about a year now. So we have the support of many business owners and residents and property owners and stakeholders along that entire 5 mile stretch. I can just name some of the entities quickly because we're running out of time. I'll be brief. The Crenshaw Chamber, we've spoken with the Black Business Association, GLAC, Metro's CLC, Destination Crenshaw, the schools, West West Angeles, both the EDC and the church, ADOP, GLAC, various entities, the shopping centers, the malls, we want to be as inclusive as possible to get all of the property owners and stakeholders involved. Most pertinent to this effort is that we've been in contact with this proposal with the offices of Marquise Harris Dawson at CD8, of course, and previously with Herb Weston's office, and now with Mark Ridley Thomas. In fact, I had a discussion with Kamani Black, so he knows what we're doing, and we want to continue our good communication with that office, and hopefully with an approval letter from you guys to go along with our current efforts elsewhere along the corridor. Before I pass the baton, I'd like to, and Laura, can you show exhibit number 2, which is a sign of what
Yep.
is commonly
Give me the moment,
seen
the sign, the
in
rendering.
Harlem, New York?
Which
Yeah,
one? I'm
the
sorry, the one in
sign,
New York or the one
the one in
here?
New York, yes, the one in New York.
Okay.
Actually, either order would be fine, but I have my notes here to
That's
give
fine.
everyone just a quick visual of how it's co-signed. Okay, how the street signs sort of coexist. If that's the one, you can see Martin Luther King Boulevard, 125th and Lenox Avenue. This will not impact mail services whatsoever. There are 2 mail post offices along the corridor. It's the Tom Bradley Court Mail Post Office at 39th and Crenshaw. And there's the other one, the Julian Dixon Post Office by 54th, I think it is, or 50, around there. So the businesses won't incur any expenses by having to change any stationery or do any of that. Basically, there'll be an option to use. The post office will simply recognize if something comes through the mail 1234 Crenshaw Boulevard or 1234 Malcolm X Boulevard, it would be delivered. And that'd be that understanding. We're also in communication with the city's Department of Land and GIS, and we're communicating with the county assessor's office to make sure that we have the names of at least 51% of the names and signatures of at least 51% of the property owners and tenants along the corridor. So we're in that process, and it's moving quite well. Now, I know I took a long time, but I'm going to pass the baton now. And yeah, that's the one I wanted to see. Thank you, Lord. Pass the baton now to my colleague, Tori Brandon Reese. Go right ahead, Tori.
Thank you, Andre. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to come in tonight and to speak to you about a very important endeavor that is actually 25 years old, or maybe a little more, maybe 26 years old now. So the dream started back in 1994-95 to commemorate the name and the legacy of Malcolm X. In 1993, we started a festival in his name, community festival, and it had the support of the entire city, congressional leaders, etc. And out of that festival grew a dream to bring Malcolm and Martin together symbolically in death, as they were not allowed to do or didn't have the opportunity to do when they were on this planet. And so we came up with the idea to rename Crenshaw to Malcolm X Boulevard. And so that idea has been around for a while now. However, this is the first time that we've actually morphed it into an actual project that has gained steam, and the idea is on fire. And people not only here in Los Angeles, but around the country and around the world would love to see something like this happen in the name of a man whom we think, whom we know represents the best of African Americans, Black people in this country and in this world. In short, I'm Tori Brandon Reese. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, so I love culture, good food, music. So I just happen to be an artist who sings and writes poetry and plays a guitar and all of that, and that's something that keeps me sane in this world. In addition to that, I'm an MSW from USC and a veteran of the United States Air Force, serving in the Philippines back in the 1980s. And I'm also an educator running a nonprofit agency called Family Inc., which is the agency that houses all of our programs, including the festival we used to do. Our signature program is called See a Man, Be a Man, and Princess to Queen, operating at Locke High School right now. We have a 100% graduation rate with young people. And that's where Malcolm comes in, because if you read his story, you find that he had a very troubled childhood. He was a very intelligent young man. However, he was told in the 8th grade that since he was Black, he couldn't become a lawyer, right? And so that affected his self-esteem and led him to a life of crime. He did 7 years in the penitentiary, reformed himself completely, and came out a changed man, and went right to work on behalf of his people. And he rose to the heights of the Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad and became the national minister for that organization. And then became an international figure as he traveled throughout this world in an effort to bring peace to the world, and not just to Black people, but to everyone. And so we think that's a great, great legacy for us to continue to service. We think that this move would be symbolically powerful and actually on an actual level, inspire people to do in their lives something that they need to do for not only themselves, but for their community, which is what we're here to do tonight. And so with your support of this effort, you'll be on the right side of history. This is something that is needed, not only wanted, but needed, because we all are aware of the climate right now in our country. And we think that the more we unify, the more we are tolerant of each other's differences, the more we listen to each other, the better this world is going to be. And so that in mind, I thank you again for this time. We appreciate your support. We appreciate you listening and allowing us to come tonight. And in the words of the legendary Don Cornelius, I wish you peace, love, and soul. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Maddox, how you doing?
It's fine. I'm signing off. I have to start my other job of cooking for the family, but thank you. It's truly a pleasure to be here with you all tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Great job, everyone.
Thank you, Capri.
Hi, Capri.
Okay.
And I'd like to now introduce a man who's been by my side for over 20 years, one of the greatest men I know, my brother, Shaka Satori.
Okay. And Mr. Satori, can we do this in just a couple of minutes? Because again, I'm watching the clock. Thank you.
Shaka, you're on mute.
Sorry.
All right, greetings, everyone. I'd like to use my time to put Malcolm X in his proper perspective for your consideration. Though most by now have learned enough over the years to look at him outside of the government way through the press that they've painted him to be, there's still a few who have seemed to be unable to let go of the false image that was created in the 60s and the 70s. To some degree, they try to paint Malcolm as a criminal. And I want us to be clear that Malcolm Little was arrested for the first time at the age of 19 and went to prison at the age of 20 years old. He did 6.5 years and came out as Malcolm X, a redeemed man. And how do I know he was redeemed? That as Malcolm X, the national spokesman for the Nation of Islam, he was the most surveilled person in America, the most surveilled man in America, yet no one, as in no one, to include all the local and government agencies that were watching his every step, can even associate him with a single crime. That goes from the time he exited prison in 1952 to the day he was assassinated on February 21st, 1965. Not even a jaywalking ticket. Those same diehards like to paint Malcolm X as violent, yet they can't name a single act of violence associated with Malcolm X from the day he exited prison to the day he was assassinated. They say he preached violence. My feeling is, unless you are asserting that telling people to defend themselves against violence is preaching violence, I challenge anybody to quote a single thing Malcolm ever said that promoted violence. In terms of preaching hate, okay, he called white folks the devil. The Bible describes the devil as bringing deception, death, and destruction. I don't believe anyone wants to intelligently argue that, or argue against the reality that during Malcolm X's era and pre-Malcolm X's era, what Black folks experienced from and through the white power structure more than fit that description. Sadly enough, the bottom line is America and the world in recent years, to include government institutions, have begun admitting, accepting, embracing, at least symbolically, their role in misrepresenting Malcolm X and what he stood for as the dedicated human rights activist that he was, to the degree that even the post office created a stamp with his image on it. At some point, we have to accept that what Malcolm was describing at that time was the reality that we were living and experiencing at that time. And what Malcolm was describing in terms of our history in America was dead on, whether America wanted to face it or not. And as a person who speaks truth to power to that degree and willing to make that ultimate sacrifice, we need to embrace and honor such people, because that is what keeps America, America. I'll end with that.
Shaka, thank you very much. Madam President, I leave the next steps up to you.
Yes. So what I would like to do bureaucratically, we do have a motion on our agenda. I would like to read it, but not at this moment in time ask for a second. I would just like to launch into discussion immediately. But we did meet at the Planning and Zoning Committee, and we had a very long and interesting and lively discussion that included a discussion of the neighborhoods, the historical heritage neighborhoods that this runs through. And as a result of that discussion, our motion is recommendation to the board that we support the proposal to co-name Crenshaw Boulevard with Malcolm X, but we also support a continuing effort to do placemaking along Crenshaw Boulevard, as has been previously voted by UNNC, about our specific cultural heritage in this community through the identification of our historic personages, especially in the face of change. And so that's a motion. I'm not looking for a second at this moment. And the background is, and we worked with Andre actually, who's here tonight, obviously, on the Crenshaw streetscape plan. And we had many discussions about the possibility of doing some sort of Angels Walk along Crenshaw, honoring the names of all the trailblazing historic personages who have lived in our community, African-American, the Japanese-American community, just the whole 9 yards. So that's the background. But what I'd like to do in terms of our remaining time is to say anyone who has a comment on this of any sort, we want to be a welcoming place, but 1 minute max. And I'm going to watch the clock, and unfortunately, we're going to just say 1 minute and then you'll be muted. And there's no real way for us to say 1 minute and then let you keep talking. So anyone who would like to say something, please feel comfortable, welcoming, respectful, and raise your hand. Dorit, then Tori.
Malcolm X was a great leader, but he was human, and all humans are flawed. Cesar Chavez, Abraham Lincoln, Roosevelt were also great leaders, but had some flaws that really hurt a lot of innocent people. And all those three guys have streets already named after them in the city of LA. I support this motion because I believe that Mr. X deserves to have a street named after him as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorit. Tori, please go ahead.
Hi, Dorit kind of summarized it, but I'm in concurrence with this project and I really want to see it move forward. Thank you. I'm in agreement and I'm in agreement with the motion.
Thank you, Tori. Do we have any further? Hugo.
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you for speaking about this project. Yeah, I wasn't too sure about how to vote on this these past couple of weeks. But then I started thinking about the effect that it would have to rename that whole section. And I can't help but to think back about how part of Vermont from 11th to, I believe, Adams had the name the Salvadoran Corridor. And as someone who's half Salvadoran, uh, it's nice to have that kind of representation. And so I think that changing the street name or co-naming it to Malcolm X would be really good, especially right now. So I approve of it.
Thank you, Hugo. Chris Carlson?
You're muted.
Unmuted. I have no problem with the concept, but I would love a little clarity. The fact that a process was spoken of, and Mark Ridley Thomas's office and Harris Dawson's office. Does the city of Los Angeles have an ordinance for co-naming? Because I can imagine there are some costs involved. And if there's an ordinance, have we gotten, or has this process included the necessary approvals so that that there are a permitting process or some way for the funding to be handled? Because normally neighborhood councils don't make city policy. We have motions come to us that are in line with city policy, and when we can support them. And I just want to make sure that we're working in tandem, that we can be, whatever the decision is, it can be successful, because we do have to answer to the city at large. And so could the presenters verify what the city ordinance on co-naming is, and why it's not renaming but co-naming, and what the city requires for a co-naming effort to go forward, so we can make sure we're compliant with all of the regulations.
Okay, so Andre,
I
just
can
write
take-
that down and we'll come back to it.
Okay.
Let everybody talk.
Very good.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chris. Jenna, you're up.
Hi, Shaka and Torrance. I just wanted to say shukran jazilan for your presentations and the critical information that you brought to tonight. I really hope that it passes, and I'm very excited, inshallah.
Thank you. Paula, you're up.
All right, thank you. Hello, co-laborers. I just wanted to ditto what Dorit said, all humans are flawed, and to point out that near the end of his life, Malcolm X realized that there was some error in his thinking, and he changed his direction, and he was more inclusive of all and not just a hardline Muslim. And isn't it amazing that even how he began, this man's name is still rising above, because he did many great things. And so I also concur with the co-naming, and because people might be a little iffy about it, I think the co-naming was a good way, rather than just totally replacing the name of the street. But it would be an honor to see his name up by Crenshaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Messier 63.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, that's my phone name, but my name is Carlos Carrick. I'm also a member of the neighborhood council. I want to say this, I definitely agree. Wonderful presentation, by the way, but long overdue. You did a brilliant job within the short time that you had.
Oh,
you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I'll make it quick. But I just want to say, beautiful presentation. Fantastic job in the short time that you've done, that you had in educating us, Malcolm X and who and what he was and that sort of thing. But I want to say, yes, long overdue. I am definitely in favor of this. I believe that a lot of folks, not necessarily just, African Americans, but as you mentioned, all folks of all races, all colors, if they really took the time to really learn and understand who he was, believe me, you would be amazed. Absolute brilliant man. Believe it or not, I still listen to some of his information that's out on YouTube. Brilliant, and it applies to today. All 100%. So again, thank you, and I'm all for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Carlos. At this point in time, are there any more comments before we move forward?
Okay, so I'd like Andre, if you can answer the question that Chris had asked.
Yes, and out of respect for time, I'll be brief. Yes, Mrs. Carlson, there's no ordinance per se. However, there is an application process that we go through. We have to fill out a form with the city's Department of Land and GIS. That's just so that on the internet and GIS, that when you download the maps and so on, that the name Malcolm X coexists with Crenshaw. You'll see that on Obama Boulevard as well as MLK and some other streets that are and landmarks throughout the city. But in terms of the city itself, we will need a majority council vote at some point. But before that, it will have to go through several committees. The Plum Committee, Cultural Affairs, LADOT, and Public Works. So it takes some planning, or once we get approval from those, it will then be brought to the full council and they vote either yay or nay. That's the process in a nutshell. It could be done by the swipe of a pen, unless Mr. The city representative, Jeff, unless you have, can you enlighten us further on that?
Nope, you covered it just fine, sir. Okay. And with that, Madam President, I give it back to you.
Okay, so again, the motion that was made by the Planning and Zoning Committee. So, Dolores has her hand up.
Quick question. I just want to know if there is any opposition to the proposal. I'm outside of this board.
Yeah. So at the Planning and Zoning Committee, we definitely had a 90-minute discussion, and it wasn't so much opposition as an awful lot of questioning about in our footprint, basically the section of Crenshaw through our area. All transverse is a historically Jewish and a historically Japanese American community or communities. They're very, it's not like one group of people live here and one group of people live there. So that is why we came up with the motion that we would continue to work also towards recognizing all of the heritages, the legacies in our community. But the proposal is to co-name a larger segment of Crenshaw Boulevard. And it's not a proposal, though discussed at the committee, not a proposal to have small little segments each named after others. Their proposal, they're asking for an up or down vote on their proposal. So
no, that's not what I meant, Laura. Outside of UNNC, that includes the planning and zoning. I meant to the presenters. Is there any
I'm sorry.
Opposition? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Laura, for that recap. I was about to also elaborate on that too. We had a very robust discussion, and thank you all for your previous time. But no, we have no outward opposition, actually. There was one suggestion that we co-name Vernon from Crenshaw to Arlington, but that didn't fly. But no outright opposition along the corridor, and that's an entire 5-mile distance. There's been some, indifference or nonchalance, don't care one way or another. It's not going to impact me, so do whatever you want to do kind of responses, but no dead set opposition at all, no.
Okay, and Greg has his hand up.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm muted. So my concern is about the proposal from the Planning and Zoning Commission. It has two parts. One supporting this request of co-naming, and then there's also another request for the placemaking. So my concern is that Are we intermingling the efforts for placemaking with this request? And with that added to the planning and zoning recommendation, would that hinder or slow down this process in any way? Because it seems like it could be two separate proposals or recommendations from the planning and zoning committee. One to support the co-naming, and then one to have a separate effort for placemaking. I don't want to hinder their efforts in any way.
So John has his
Thank
hand
you,
up,
Greg.
and then I have my hand up after
Oh,
John.
I just had a thought. I mean, co-naming it Malcolm X Boulevard is placemaking. So that's part of it. So it doesn't negate or accentuate any part of this motion per our discussion. But I think what our motion was, like, we should be looking for all sorts of opportunities. But then, as Laura said very accurately, the proposal before us is about co-naming this stretch of Crenshaw Boulevard.
Right.
Thank
And
you,
then
John. And Laura,
my 1
I will
minute.
give you the final, I'll give you the final comment, and then we should move on.
Okay. Yeah, so Greg, it's partly that we UNNC are not only already on record of having voted for this whole thing of placemaking, but maybe coincidentally and maybe not, Andre was the city planner with whom we were working on the original, right, Andre?
That's correct.
So this was after 90 minutes, a rather consensus motion to just, have a short motion that results in a longer letter. So the letters of support would be, if this passes, to support this proposal, and then a reminder about the Crenshaw Streetscape Plan and the historic placemaking. It basically would be allowing us to do our UNNC letter of support. So anyway, that's our motion. It would need a second.
May I? Okay.
And can I add one more?
I second.
Okay, and we've got, if we want to take it 5 more minutes, Jeff did just announce that I was the last person to speak, but I'm not that person. I'm not that person to be the person who's the last person to speak.
Thanks,
so
Laura.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any other comment, or should we go ahead and do our
Laura, can you post the motion in the chat? Did you do that?
Yes, I can. Give me a minute. Sorry.
I think we're ready to vote.
And
I think we
yes,
probably are too.
As guest moderator, I would recommend that the board moves ahead.
Right. I'm going to post the motion in the chat. And there you are. Can you all see that? I'm going to say. All right. So do you all have the motion either on your agendas or in the chat? Yes. Greg, I don't know, did you remake the last month's BAC into this month's, or should I just go ahead and call it? And you're muted, so I don't know your answer. Still muted, I don't know your answer.
And what's being voted on? Is it just the co-naming of Crenshaw with Malcolm X, or is it also the co-naming with Malcolm X and the placemaking?
It's the exact motion that includes the placemaking that's in the chat, whoever asked that question. If you look in the chat, that's the motion. Anyway, Greg, I'm sorry, were you gonna do BAC or should I?
I can do BACs.
Okay,
You
so
just
I'll
call the roll, then
you'll
I'll
write it. I'll call it, you'll
Yes.
write it? Perfect. Okay, are we ready to vote?
Board members, please unmute.
Yes. And I'm starting at the top. Jasmine.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John Arnold.
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes, I'm sorry, I was driving, I had to pull over for me. Yes.
okay. Laura is a yes. Hugo,
Yes.
Paula,
Paula?
Paula, did you vote? Paula's frozen.
I
Rahim?
see Paula is present, but
Yes.
Yes,
and
I can
unmuted.
speak now. Yes, I
Okay.
was frozen.
You were frozen. She looked frozen to me. I love Zoom. Just love Zoom. Yeah, anyway, Rahim.
Yep.
Is Isaac here? I think he's absent. Marielle, I believe, is absent. Hugh.
Ariel is absent.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael Kimbrough. Is he here? Okay. I think Michael is absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Sorry, I'm going to abstain. I got here late.
Okay. And Janie's here?
Yes.
Lizzie?
Yes.
Okay. And Rahim, were you here to vote and then fell off and then came back? Or did I just make up your vote?
I voted yes. I was here.
Okay, because then I saw you just rejoin. Okay. Motion passes. 16 people voted yes. Is that what you have, Greg? And one abstention. I couldn't help myself. I was writing. I'm not supposed to. Okay. Look, we stuck it. It's 8 o'clock. We're right on time. Whoa ho. And thank you, everybody. And thank you for being thoughtful, considerate, respectful, collaborative. What else can I say? All those things. All right. Next item on the agenda. Danielle had to leave. The next item on the agenda is Council District 10 reports, any other government officials or any other city agencies reports. So Danielle from Council District 10 just had to leave and asked if you have any questions for Council District 10 that you email her, and I will post her email in the chat in just a moment. Is there anybody else from any other government agency? Oh, yes. I mean, wait a minute. Gibson, did you have anything to report for us?
Madam President, just wanted to let everybody know that the department sent out the new board sitting policy. You should have seen it in the newsletter, but I'll send it to everybody just specifically that provides details to how neighborhood councils should go about with seating the upcoming board, as board members are terming out and new boards are going to be coming in. So we are, the policy is talking about starting new boards by July 1, and then the outgoing boards serve until June 30th. So that's just something, a point of reference that I wanted to highlight tonight.
So Gibson, for us, that's exactly when we would have installed the new board anyway. I mean, just coincidentally, that is our board meeting night that month. Our election will have just been certified and so on. There is an alliance or coalition of neighborhood council presidents and chairs, and there's been some discussion in that group that we're supposed to vote on this or not. I mean, it just seems like it's perfect for us anyway. It's just normal.
Because when the policy came out, the agenda had already been posted. Yes. So the recommendation is to discuss and vote on the policy, just to make sure that it's an official stance for the board. So when the policy was finalized, I wasn't able to do it on time, requesting maybe the board discuss it. So hopefully if the board can do it in next month, I would appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, it's not on tonight's agenda. So can you send me a proposed agenda item language, whatever is needed, so we can vote on it next month?
We'll do
I'd
so.
appreciate it. But again, for
And-
us, it
yeah.
makes it's totally aligned with what would have happened anyway.
That's always good to hear. Also, just I was going to mention that tomorrow the department is being furloughed. So just let you know that nobody will be in the office tomorrow. So, but we'll be able to get back to you on Monday if anybody needs of assistance from me. That's it.
Okay. And is there, again, I don't necessarily recognize all the names in all, in of the participants. Is there anybody else here from any city department or government agency who has anything they would like to share with us that is not otherwise on the agenda? Okay, moving on. The next item on the agenda is a treasurer's presentation, and Greg,
Madam
I
President.
need, yes, sir.
Quick text message with an update from Danielle.
Okay. I think you froze now.
Basically, she was saying that CD10 is holding vaccinations, COVID vaccinations at CD10 every Tuesday.
Yep. What happened?
Sorry, here we go. Danielle said that CD10 is doing vaccinations at the CD10 district office, quote, the old district office, every Tuesday. And Danielle will send you the link so that you can share with the UNNC footprint.
Okay.
She apologizes for having to leave early.
Yeah.
She has an 8-month-old daughter and her husband is sick. So she's taking care of 2 babies.
Right. And the one baby, the actual baby, is teething on top of everything else. Yes. So, okay. And so I've posted Danielle Miro's email in the chat. I saw, Tori, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Jeff what time on Tuesdays.
Tori, I'm not with CD10 anymore, so I don't have that information. But
Right.
Danielle will make sure she sends it to Laura so that we can share it with all of
Right.
UNNC.
Right.
Thank you.
Sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Okay. Multiple windows open. Okay, we'll make this efficient in respect to time. Can everyone see the screen? Can everyone see the screen? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted.
Okay, so what this is, this budget report is being presented. We're proposing that we provide a detailed budget report at least once a quarter so that we can have a good overview of our finances, particularly this year in the fact that we've been very frugal with our money. And so we want to see what money we have left over so that we can utilize it properly. So let's move forward. Okay, so this is the quarterly update. This is our yearly allocation. This was our rollover of $8,587 and some cents. Then we had additional funds from the Clean Street. We encumbered some funds for, I called it the tree fund, but and so we had a total budget, as you can see there. Then from that, I want to show you the different areas of where we place money. In each of the areas has like a number, 100, 200 operation. For example, And what we can see is the different line items that we have. We can see what we approved in that section. And then we can see, based upon what action we have decided, where we have adjusted money. Anything that is in red means that we have taken money from that. And anything that is in blue is money that we have placed on that line. So for example, at the start of our budget, we had $500 set for training and board retreats. But of course, due to COVID, we didn't have that. So we took that $500, moved it from that line item, and we had to put things into storage. So we moved the $500 from that line item to this new line item. Well, we had this line item before, but $500 for that item. You can see also we had money for our governing board meetings, refreshments. So we're not delivering any food to anyone. So we've taken up money and we placed that on different line items. And let me move this down. We transfer that to staffing because we decided to secure the services of additional people. So that's that sheet. So let me move on to the next one. And then we can see on this sheet, then the new allocation for those items. So again, this is amplifying for the post office. This is anticipated. This was anticipated when we talked about it in the executive board. This is additional money for the post office based upon the needs that we see in that area. And then this is additional money for temporary staff being the graphic designer and photographer that we will secure. And then the projected carryover from that line based upon what we have earmarked and what we have already spent. This is the projected carryover as it stands right now from these line items. Money that we don't have obligated or earmarked for anything. In the area of outreach, again, we had funds for advertising, event expenses, World Harvest, and our newsletter. We moved $500 to election event expenses. We have earmarked $3,000 to the fire station, and we do have projected carryover in those areas there. Okay. Moving on. I want to move that out of the way. So we have from outreach, we have approximately $8,000 of carryover. Then community improvement, for community improvement, then we said we were going to have the neighborhood specific projects. We have a project for the school, and then based upon that, we transfer 1,500 to NPG. And then projected carryover $3,000 from that line, 1,500 for $4,500 projected carryover. And so from this, I hope you can see the trend of we have money that we have not planned on spending, and that we still need to, we should use to serve our community. This line 400 neighborhood purpose grants, we have used all the money that we have on this line, so that's fine. So we've been pretty active in that area. MLK Day, we gave $1,500 to that. Then we have the NPG tree lining added. We've added money to that, and we've allocated those funds. The election outreach expenses, we have approved $1,000. We have added an additional $500. We are still awaiting the bills from the election effort, so we don't know how much we will have left over from the election. We may need to put additional monies on this, but we need to wait to see what bills come in. Okay, this is an encumbrance account, and this is the money that we have given to that issue. The tree funding that we encumbered, we add an additional funds to that. So we have $6,996 for our environmental tree effort. And this is the summary of what I want us to see. Based upon our budget, members, we have a projected funding of $21,840.06 that we have not obligated. It is our privilege to have these funds, to issue those funds to various projects in our community. So as we look at the various proposals that come to us tonight, in the next couple of weeks, also in the next couple of months, be mindful that we're supposed to be Santa Claus and give the money away. So this is what we have in mind. So with that, I will open the floor up to any questions, and I will stop. Well, I have a few other things, but that's just detailed information about where we have spent the money, but you don't need to see that right now. So in that and in the sharing of my screen, and are there any questions? Money to give away, that's the main point for our community, to serve our
Great
community.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. To the point, done. Let's move on.
Okay. So confirming there's no questions, we can move on, right?
Lizzie has her hand up.
Oh, no,
Oh,
she's
waving at
clapping.
me. Oh, she's waving. Okay.
She's applauding you, Greg.
Thank you, Lizzie.
And next up is Lizzie. So Lizzie, do you want me to make you a co-host to share the screen?
Yes, please, Laura. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you should be live.
All right. Can everyone see the first slide?
Nope, you haven't done it yet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay. Choose. And I can choose. Oops. Okay. It's moving to desktop for some reason.
So what you need to do is look. You have to have your program open, the document. There you go.
Okay.
There you are.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lizzie Moromisato, this year's Elections Committee Chair. So because of the pandemic and the COVID-19 restrictions, this year's elections will be exclusively vote by mail only, meaning that you can either submit your vote at a drop-off box location within the UNNC footprint or send it via US Postal Service. So some information about the elections. Here are two useful websites to look at. Within the UNNC website, we have an elections landing page. It is in progress. We are waiting for a couple of pieces of information, official information from the city clerk. Also, the city clerk has its own elections page. Please visit it. And for any questions, please write to us at elections@unnc.org. This is a brand new email address that Rahim was kind enough to set up for us. So thank you, Rahim. So we have this year, Group A is up for election, 12 seats, 6 area reps for every region in the UNNC footprint, and 6 at-large representatives. And here you can see the seats where that our candidates, the elected candidates will be occupying. As you can see, they are very uncomfortable. So whatever makes the meetings shorter, right? It was supposed to be a joke, by the way.
I've muted everyone though, Lizzie. You don't know if they're laughing.
Okay, so by the way, we have invited all our candidates to be present at a forum via Zoom webinar on Thursday, April 29th from 7 to 9. So please save the date and please join our Zoom meeting that day. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the help from a big team that has been supporting this elections campaign. So the elections committee, our co-chair, Laura, Gabby, members Gabby and Nancy. We have been working very closely with the communications committee, Rahim and Gabby again, and also Michael and Josh. So thank you so much. They have created amazing artwork for our outreach material. So we are very, very grateful to them. The website designers, Anne and Doug as well, for being very responsive to our requests. And also, of course, always those members of the board who are very willing to help us spreading the word about the elections. Greg, Dorit, Tori, Paul, they have been helping yours truly install yard signs, ask businesses to display our posters, etc. So thank you so much to them. So here, the website, we created a landing page. Here are a couple of screenshots with all the information. So we tried to sort of mimic what was available in the city clerk and just grab the basic information so that people would go directly to the necessary areas that they needed to partake of. So again, the elections, the voting phase, the content for the voting phase is not available yet, but should be available next week. So I would like to highlight for social, part of the social media campaign. Of course, we had the usual posts announcing deadlines, encouraging our stakeholders to consider running as candidates. And this was an idea spearheaded by Rahim, a mini series in homage of Black History Month. So at the end of February, we ran a series of ads highlighting the pioneering work of African-American politicians. So here we have, as just an example of three, Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black Congresswoman. We also had another ad for Maxine Waters, honoring Maxine Waters, and the first mayor of Chicago, whose name escapes my mind right now. Some of our outreach materials, so you will see Greg was kind enough to install them along the Washington Boulevard, I think on Adams and Gramercy, the yard signs. I've been told that they are hard to read, so we will be now asking, and we already successfully got the cooperation from a couple of little free library locations. So people go grab books, donate books. They can look at the yard sign in detail, and also grab some postcards from the little book house. So I am compiling a database of all the available little free libraries within our footprint, and hopefully we'll be installing more yard signs there. Just an example of the artwork, very beautiful as you can see, and it has a very similar look throughout the whole campaign. So right now we are in the voting phase. Who can vote? So we have to consider minimum age, and also plus one of the following: where you live, if you own a business, if you work within the footprint, if you own property, or if you belong to a community organization or a nonprofit. So the basic steps for those of you who might need this information, the steps are you request and fill out a ballot application through the city clerk's office. Once you receive that application, you send it in. You fill out your ballot so you will receive eventually your ballot or ballots, as we will see. And then you submit your vote, your ballot, which is your actual vote. Again, you have two options: by mail or dropping it off at a selected location. So this is a screenshot of the city clerk's elections page for the voting part. So here you can see that you can do it 100% online through your computer via the application portal. You create an account, you register, you fill out the application, you click a button, and boom, it's submitted. Eventually, the city clerk will look at your eligibility and will send you automatically the necessary ballots that you will need. In our case, for UNNC, we will need a ballot for at large to select our at large choices, and the one candidate that we choose for our area. So in my case, for example, I live in Jefferson Park, east of Arlington. So I belong to area 6. So I will choose one candidate for area 6. An easier way to do it that many people have told me is by going directly into an option to print out a paper application form. As you can see, it's available in very many languages, which I think is wonderful. But for our purposes, what might be most practical for the UNNC population would be English and Spanish. So I looked at the Spanish application form, and it's very kudos for the translation, because it's really detailed and proper. So this is what the paper application looks like. There are 5 sections that you need to fill out. The first section is your basic information. I will skip the second one. The third is you sign and date. And UNNC is one of the neighborhood councils that is uses the by affirmation way of declaring your stakeholder status, meaning they take your word for it. But when you sign, it's under penalty of perjury. So if you cheat in some way, there might be consequences. There's also an option to designate somebody else to submit the ballot for you. Okay, so now let's go into the section 2, which is the important part that might be a little confusing for some. So the easiest way is to select that you have already stated your birth date, so that they will know that if you are 16 years of age or older. And here you can choose whether you live in the neighborhood, whether you own a business or work here, whether you own real property, or whether you belong to an organization. Now, here I've been told that it might be a little more complicated. So really, if you live here, that's really the easiest way to declare your stakeholder status. So again, once you get your ballot, how can you, not the ballot, but the ballot request, the application form. You may either send it as an email attachment. You take a picture of it, or you scan it, send it by email. You can fax it, very old school, but it's still possible. Or you can send it via US mail. And all that information is at the very bottom of the paper application. So you will not have any problems. If you run into any problems, you can always call the city clerk's office. So now it is time to submit your ballot. We have not received, I made sure to use the portal to request my ballot, but I have not received the actual, ballot yet. So hopefully it will be correct and there will be no problems. So again, we have two choices. Once we have our ballot and fill it out, we have two options to either drop it off at one of the LA County, the ones that we use for the national elections, or the regular mailbox. But there are some restrictions, okay? So important dates to remember. But first of all, our official, the UNNC official drop-off box location will be the one at the Jefferson Library. So here you have the address and the phone number, and you can go take a look at the actual ballot box. It is still there, bolted to the ground. So these are the dates that we need to take into account. From now until May 18th, you may request your ballot. Fill out that application form. The last day to mail your ballot via the Postal Service office it needs to be postmarked by Tuesday, May 25th. And then you send it in, you're done. You may also drop it off at the drop-off box from the Friday prior to election day to election day. And there's specific hours, but for now, I will skip that part. So the city clerk's office will accept the mail ballots, the ones that were sent via the Postal Service, up to 10 days after election day. So that last day to receive, for them to receive the ballots will be June the 4th. On June the 4th, they close the window, no more accepting ballots. So the way they will count the ballot results, it will be done in two cycles. What will happen is you'll start forgetting. I'm sorry, am I out of
what the hell is going on?
No, everyone just needs to be muted.
What's happening?
After election day, now I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Okay, I will just keep going. Oh yes. So there is one piece of information that I skipped. I'm sorry about that. Was that for the this year they are really trying to be as inclusive as possible. So they are considering our unhoused community, and the way our unhoused neighbors request a ballot is by indicating the cross intersections of the area where they have set up their tent or where they are living. So they don't have an official home address, but they have an intersection that they can locate. And there's also service providers that will be managing this part of the elections. And I believe it's the people concerned. And that information is in the elections page from the city clerk's office. So I wanted to make note of that.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Lizzie, you did an amazing job.
I'm not done
you
yet.
and your committee,
Almost
you and your
done.
committee are absolutely awesome. And at this point, I will be handing it back over to Madam President Laura.
She's not done, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff is telling us he's done. Lizzie, you may continue. Thank you, Jeff.
All right. So just one last call for everyone to please vote. Our board members, please spread the word. If you are attending a committee meeting, please make announcements at the beginning of your meetings. If you attend neighborhood associations, West Adams Avenues, I will be presenting, I believe the next time they meet. I will make this PowerPoint available to all of you. And once again, your voice and your voice matter. Su voz y su voto cuentan. Thank you so much. Gracias. Thank you.
Tori, you have a question for her?
I do. That was an excellent presentation, Lizzie. I just wanted to know that I looked at that green flyer and the orange flyer, the Spanish and the English. And I noticed that one had September 3rd and one had May. Could you double check those dates?
Okay, Tori, if you can, if you could please send me something offline, I will respond.
I'll put it in the chat. It's just the one that has the two flyers next
Or
to each
write
other.
to me to the elections email address, because I would like to, yes, to respond to your question or verify that information.
Okay.
Just for the sake of time, because I don't want to take more time from
Okay,
her.
and Greg.
Madam Lizzie, are you open to having your presentation that you just gave to us put on the website, this portion of it cut and then put on the website?
Yes,
That can be done?
yes, of course, we can do it. And Greg, just to let you know, so far we have spent $1,211.51.
Oh, thank you so much. You know, I like that.
So
Can I have that number again?
About 12/11/51.
Okay, thank you much.
And noting, Lizzie, I haven't been billed.
Yes,
Well,
yeah, I don't have a bill yet.
One invoice. One we have received, and I have a copy of the first one, but he hasn't sent it to you.
Okay,
But
that's
anyway,
fine.
we have about $300 left, and everybody now wants yard signs, so I may have to print some more, just to let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dorit.
1 second. Speaking of yard signs, people keep stealing mine. So they're very popular for some reason.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dorit.
Yeah, well, it just means people really, really want to advertise their election.
I hope so. I hope they're installing them somewhere else. I don't know.
Okay. Anybody else? And Lizzie's done a great job. She thanked the rest of us, but we need to thank Lizzie, which I think we could do better if you take down your share screen so everyone can give you their high five reactions.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, so here, clapping. Thank you very much, Lizzie. It's great. If anybody wants to print the ballot applications and pass them out to people, the applications, Lizzie or I could, I'll just email, I'll email a PDF to everybody. So it's, you don't have to do anything with it. And I think we're going to try and have them at places like Alibi. I mean, just some of the coffee houses, Surface, if we can figure out a way for them to just be sitting there for people to grab to fill out, but they still will be on their own to submit them, fill them out and submit them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Which might be harder than you think. Lizzie and I have both gone in the portal and it was not simple. And okay. All right, next item. I think Greg, you're back up. It's a quick board member training report and update. Oop, and you're mute. And you're not here. Is Greg not here? Oh, Greg's there, but he's mute. He's just, you're mute.
Like 5 screens, so.
Okay.
I'll be right with you on training. Okay, here's the training screen. And training report. And coming back to the other screen. Sorry, people, I have to talk to myself too.
Well, I think everyone knows that this technology is still, we have to talk to ourselves
Okay.
to get to
We
it.
understand.
Okay, so here we go. What I do is just once a month go in and see where everyone stands. And then I color code it so that we can see where we stand. And then yellow, my color code so far is that if it's gray, then that's you're good. If it's yellow, then that's an area where you need to look at that area of training. For this month, since we're coming to the end of the year, I added a new color, the little tannish color, which is a little farther out. So as you can see, this is in June, July timeframe. So we can look at the training that's coming up for each individual. This is in alphabetical order by last name. So you can see your training requirements coming up for the summer. And again, yellow, training that we need to focus on. And so we can self-monitor, but in front of everyone else, this is right in front of everyone here. But that's the report. So I'm gonna stop sharing that. If anyone has any concerns about their training, you can email me, you can call me, I will help you with it. Sometimes the portal is a little confusing, so just let me know. I'll help you with that aspect of it as much as possible. That's the training report. Yes, Tori.
I saw a blank on Gabby, but it wasn't highlighted in yellow.
Thank you. I did not color that because Gabby there's some cases where the training has been done, but it's been done different ways so that it's not actually in the portal in that database, but they still have it documented. Like Chris Carlson had the same situation where she did the training, but it's not.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, guys.
Right, and also, I do want to say, all of us who are in seat B, you mean, in other words, those of us who ran the last election, we're going to expire a lot of our training July, August. So we, in other words, I'm expired July 1st or July 6th, because ethics is 2 years and you're done.
Yeah.
So just keep in mind that a lot of us will have to take training in late June. Right. Essentially, it's people who are running for office now, and a lot of us who ran for office 2 years ago. So, so we'll try and keep on track with that. But for those of us who are expiring now from 2 years ago, we may or may not have Cornerstone accounts, so they have a whole new system. So we're going to try and make sure we all are up to date with Cornerstone for the next round. Okay. The next item on the agenda is our draft response to the urban forestry notification, a letter that I drafted. This is not from a committee because this happened so very, very quickly. So there's not a motion that comes with this. Just a letter that I drafted. So for background, for those who aren't on the board or kind of missed this, we got a notice on March 18th, and the notice was also dated March 18th. It was emailed to us of a tree to be removed, a very mature tree to be removed at 1661 South Ardmore. And it's an ash tree, and what was proposed to replace that one tree are 2 weeping bottle brushes. This is in Harvard Heights. Hugh Moore went out on a walk. I think it was on Saturday, March 20th. Anyway, the tree was already gone, so we didn't even have time to respond. And then within our own ranks and at the Harvard Heights HPOZ, there was actually a public meeting with this on the agenda. A lot of objections were raised to the weeping bottle brush being the replacement tree. So I drafted, for better or worse, a letter of comment, not about can you renew the tree because it's already gone, but about the process. So I don't know if this is the letter you want. Is this the content of a letter we want, but we want to do a motion to let it get finalized by executive committee via email, which might be efficient for tonight's time, or what. But this is the draft letter. Hugh.
Just to fill in, when we discovered the tree was already gone, before we had an opportunity to comment, I emailed back to them to say, you know, what happened. They emailed back to me saying, we can't find the email that you got. So I emailed them back a copy of what they had sent us.
Lord.
To which they replied, oh, thank you for sending this to us. Which I replied, would you like to give an explanation about what happened with the process? And so far I've received no response back. I think your letter is perfectly appropriate, Laura. Thank you for writing it.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other comment, questions? John, I know you had a comment. Is John still here though? Arnold?
Yes, I'm still here.
I had my hand up. I'm just going to say I support
Oh, I'm
this,
so
and
sorry. I
would
can't see any
second.
hands.
Right. I'll second this. I support it. And I think we should vote on it if no one else has other questions.
Okay, I'm unable to see raised hands at the moment. So Greg, can you call on people?
Yes. Arlington, A. Arlington is next.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you, Laura, for drafting this letter. I totally support this. Unless they're called to account, this sort of thing is going to go on, and street trees are so very important. So thank you for doing this.
Janie, thank you. Janie is next.
I was just curious about how we came to which trees we would like. I know that I'm pretty sure the Palo Verde doesn't produce really any shade. I'm just wondering if the environmental committee had a say in which trees we chose, or how we came up with those trees, if we would prefer shade trees, maybe something to think about.
I'm open to any suggestion. Those two particular trees, I think, are the trees that the Jefferson Park HPOZ prefers, but this is where John can now weigh in.
John's hand is up.
Okay.
Hey, everybody. So I think what Laura mentioned is about process. I think this particular tree, it is directly under electrical wires. It was probably planted by a homeowner. It is it would have been a hazard for electrical line workers and tree trimmers, because Cal OSHA has very strict rules about that. So I think this removal of this particular tree, sorry, I don't have my camera on, I should have. This particular tree, I think we don't know what would have happened, but it's gone. So I think, so I guess my point is, it's about the process to be notified in a timely manner when trees are going to be removed, regardless of whether there's merit or not to why they're being removed and what they're being replaced with. And I think the two trees that we mentioned, as you know, that both do well in our microclimate. So I think that was just a response to the bottle brush, just throwing two trees out that we know do well here versus the bottle brushes.
Well,
but I agree, Laura, we can make recommendations for any tree that we want.
Thank you, John. Janie, is your hand still up from before you wish to speak again?
Can I just personally, I would prefer shade trees. So I would suggest also the pepper trees does really well in our area and provides a lot of shade. Pepper, yeah.
Yeah, Brazilian, is that the Brazilian pepper?
Pepper,
I'll just say
yeah,
pepper.
I'm not sure.
There are no other hands up. Oh, Chris Carlson's hand is up. Chris.
Yeah, got it. If it's a city street tree, the city has a list of approved street trees, species. And so we just want to make sure we are respectful of our selections from that already approved list of city street trees.
Well, I'm jumping in, I'm sorry. I think the main point here is that they choose something different than bottle brush and not and not magnolias because we've had too many die. So if it just needs to be finesse, so it's example this, example that, but this is, I don't think we're necessarily saying you must do these trees. Harvard Heights, just so you know, also said the same trees. We're not pepper, but Palo Verde. I think maybe the HPOZs are beginning to favor certain trees. I don't know that I prefer Palo Verde, so this was not really my choice. So what do you guys want to do? List trees, not list trees? Just say that bottle brush sucks. I know we're being, and the magnolias keep dying.
Dory's hand is up.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you already have a list of what can and cannot be planted, you gotta start there and only pick the ones that's approved.
Right. Well, unfortunately, bottle brushes are on the list as good trees, but they're not good in our community.
Right, and the city list, it's on the city list.
Yes, it is.
John,
Okay.
excuse me.
I don't
Thank you,
want to
Tori.
take too much time on this, you guys. So here's our choices. The tree is already gone. Do we want to weigh in quickly to make sure we don't get bottle brushed, or refer it first to environmental committee and then quickly to executive to finalize the letter? I mean, those seem to be the two choices. I will say in general terms, UNNC has voted over the years many different times that we prefer natives, but I'm not sure something called African sumac is a native. It's just a tree that does well here. The main reason I drafted this was in the interest of time, and the main reason, Marielle's got her hand up, I want to hurry up, is also in the interest of different time. But Marielle.
Ardmore recently planted a bunch of trees. They had a bunch of sidewalk work done over the past couple of years and planted a bunch of trees. Can I find out what those trees are and get back to you? It's in my neighborhood, so I would imagine that it's pretty easy to find out. I'm sorry I didn't do that before. It just kind of occurred to me right now. I'm like, wait, bottle brush, Brazilian pepper, I know those aren't the trees that are planted there. So
Okay, well, here's what I would like to suggest to everyone. A motion to approve the concept of this letter and its form, but to have the final letter approved by executive committee via email.
I so move.
I second.
Right. Okay, and of course, I need to stop the share. Sorry, so I can write this motion in the chat. Okay, sorry. And oh, I'm sorry. Who made the motion? Was that me?
Paula.
Yeah.
Paula moves that we approve the letter in concept and have the final version approved via email by executive committee. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a second?
Yes, we had a second. Who seconded?
Marielle?
Marielle.
That was me.
Okay. Sorry. I can't, when you share the screen, you can't see everybody. So, okay. So that's the motion and the second. Is there any further discussion? Greg, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so this is item, everybody unmute. This is item 9. Jasmine.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael is absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes by a number Greg will tell us.
Yeah, I guess. Dorit, Jasmine, yes. John, hold on, I'm sorry. Gabby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess be quicker to print. Pardon me.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 16 yeses, no nos.
So
And
we're running so much better than usual, but nonetheless, we are running 10 minutes behind. The next item is committee updates. I know that Hugo has a budget advocate report. I think I'm going to grab, Tori, what you sent me. Are there any other committees that have reports for tonight? Dorit's hand is up. Raheem's hand is up. Okay, so so this one I'm going to do. Dorit, all the hands just went down that were up. Oh, okay. Anyway, so let's do this as quickly as we can. And yes, I'm aware, I've been told I have people waiting for funding requests, and I'm very sorry about that. So that's why, so the only choice here is if it's the board's pleasure to swap the committee reports for the funding requests and go in that order, or do we just power quickly through the committee reports?
I move that we make the swap and do the funding requests to serve our stakeholders.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
it.
All right.
Let Paula have it.
I think it's been thirded and fourth and fifth. So let's move on. We'll do the committee reports after we do funding requests. Okay. Which it means, okay, so we're on 11A, funding requests, increase the administrative budget for UNNC's PO box fee from $400 to $422. This was not actually handled at executive committee because we got billed afterwards, I think. But we need a motion to increase our budget by $22.
I'll make that motion. This is Dorit.
I second it.
second. This is Tori.
Okay. Thank you. And so I think I believe, unfortunately, we need to do this as a BAC again, right, Greg?
Yep.
Yep. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes.
Okay, so this is
B11, item 11.
11A,
11A.
22
Okay.
bucks. Jasmine.
Unmute everyone.
Yeah, everybody
Ineligible.
unmute, please. Jasmine,
Ineligible.
thank you. Dorit,
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John,
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Laura, yes. Hugo,
Yes.
Paula,
Yes.
Raheem,
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Michael is absent. Chris,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay.
15.
Okay, motion passes. The next item is so it's 11B, funding request. The Garden School Foundation requests a neighborhood purpose grant, NPG, to support its ongoing efforts to address pandemic related food insecurity among the 24th Street school families it serves. GSF has transformed its 24th Street school teaching garden into a production farm and has partnered with Food Forward to present farmers markets free food distributions at the school site, and now wishes to increase the number of these distributions. The request is for, again, an MPG for $5,000, and I need to make you a co-host. And Kathleen, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, hi everyone. Thanks for hosting me tonight. My name is Kathleen Johnson, and I'm the executive director of Garden School Foundation, which has had its roots at 24th Street Elementary back 2005, long before my time. But in essence, our organization works at the intersection of food justice, food access, training the next generation of environmental stewards, and raising community wellness. So we're in 8 Title I schools altogether, but 24th Street is our flagship garden, our sort of HQ and heart and soul. So I should share my
share
screen?
your screen if you can. So you're going to share your presentation, and then if
Great.
yeah.
Can you remind me where the share screen is? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, at the bottom, there's a green.
Yeah.
You got it. And if you don't know how to, if you can't do it, I can do it. But I'd have to open.
Okay. Can everyone see? Oops. Can everyone see this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to make it full.
Oh, if you're trying to do a PowerPoint, I think you,
it's Google Slides, which I've never used before. So
well, I think you're just gonna have to.
Yeah, this is fine.
This is fine.
Okay? All right. Sorry. Okay, so let me go back. So these are just some shots that I'll take you through, but we had always had a free farmers market at our monthly community garden day, which is a weekend. It's usually the 3rd Saturday of every month at 24th Street, where school families come and urban gardener folks from throughout the city come and work at 24th Street and help maintain this acre garden. And we always partnered with Food Forward for that. But what happened when our school gardens closed due to COVID, when kids left school a little over a year ago, we decided, how can we best use the garden at 24th Street and in other schools during the pandemic while students were away? So we moved from a teaching garden to a more production style farm, and we started sharing that food with families, and we would combine it with what we would pick up from Food Forward. So this is just some shots. These are our food corps service members, and we set up right out front of school. And during COVID, these have been timed with when parents had to come to campus to do technology pickups or supply pickups, things of that nature. So it's both based on a longstanding collaborative partnership with another organization and our relationship to the school and the school community. But during COVID, it became, after the first one in October, and we've done 4 to date, the food goes in 20 minutes, and it's probably about 40 or 50 families per market. 24th Street is a very high needs community. Obviously, it's actually about 93% now of our families qualify for federal free and reduced price lunch. There's ongoing food access issues that I'm sure you're all familiar with, although they're much improved in some ways. And so again, we were taking what we could grow for families in this new transformation with a pop-up greenhouse and what have you, combined with our pickups at Food Forward to make these markets. So that's, you see our programs manager picking up food, the donated food. So we go and get it at what's called the hub. Food Forward has regional centers where you can go get the free food, and then we package it up. We also partner where we can. So Big Sunday sometimes gives us non-perishables to share. Next week, the first garden after spring break, Kava is donating hot food bowls to the families. So when we can, we combine the produce with other foodstuffs. We give 1 to 2, big bags per family, and we usually aim to feed a family of 4 with fresh produce for a week. So that's like a very quick 50-yard dash. I will stop share.
And Kathleen, should I share the narrative? Well,
you can. I can also just kind of talk through it. So we've served, of the 4 that we've had to date, we've served 465 families with over 2,500 pounds of produce. The main thing, I mean, one of the many silver linings of COVID, during COVID for our organization, is realizations like, why were we only doing this market at 24th Street once a month? The food need is intense among our communities, our school families, and it's not going to go away after COVID. COVID has just made it more pronounced. And so, but also during the LAUSD COVID restrictions, we're an organization really rich in volunteerism, and we usually have a lot of volunteers to help maintain this acre garden and to help with all of our programs, be it the core seed to table classes, our cafeteria to compost program, or these free farmers markets. And we can't host volunteers or interns at the sites right now. Hopefully by fall, we might be able to again, but for now it's all staff time. So we're applying for funding from UNNC to help us cover those staffing costs and really do this experiment of increasing the market to bi-weekly, so twice a month, and also experimenting with increasing the food we pick up from about 600 pounds each time to about 1,000 pounds. And Food Forward is an amazing organization. Our school leader at 24th Street Elementary, Sandra Hernandez, Ms. Hernandez is really enthusiastic. We work really closely with the parent rep and the school leadership to really promote this market. And it's been, a huge success. So we're just looking for more ways to support it. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so I'm going to unshare the share, which I finally started sharing. Sorry. So that I can watch. Chris, you have your hand up.
I wanted to ask, the 5,000 you're asking for, how many additional events will that provide?
Well, if we can maintain 2 a week,
You mean a month? You mean a month?
Yes. Sorry, 2 a month. The time frame we put, since we don't know what will happen over the summer, for example, we tend to go kind of quiet because we don't have that access to parents and families during the summer in the way that we do during the school year. So we put the time frame well into fall. But I think on the budget we have, bear with me 1 second.
Well, can you show the funding request?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
If I can reshare my screen. So we have it for 8 markets.
That's 8 additional, or that's what you already had planned?
That's to cover 8 markets going forward from April through a little bit into the fall, depending if we go into summer or if we stop in June when the students leave campus. Now that schools are coming back for the in-person cohort model, we're going to be doing it from 2 to 3. So time for pickup. Yeah, pickup of their children, that is, not a pickup of supplies.
Okay, so I see several other hands. Did you, I'm losing track. Yes or no? Do you want me to share the, Greg?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I think we need to see the budget.
So while I'm trying to do that, Paula's next. When Paula's done, Raheem is next, and probably I'll get this done before Cordell gets to speak. Sorry. Okay.
I just wanted to say how commendable, how wonderful. We know that the children, especially when the schools closed, there were a lot that were being fed in class or in school. And just what a wonderful idea. I applaud your forward thinking and the serving of the community.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I have this up. Can you guys see that? Is it too small? Anyway, it's here. But I did lose, thank you, Paul. I lost track of who was next. Was it Raheem?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, just echoing what Paula said. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. And I just want to make sure I understand the funding request isn't necessarily to expand your program. It's just kind of to bolster it with staffing, since you can't bring in volunteers, right?
Raheem, I think it's best. I'm jumping in. We're trying to jumpstart it. So by the time they want to continue it even after that, but they'll have volunteers again if all goes well with COVID. They just can't use volunteers now, but they want it. But now is when the hunger is.
Yes.
Yes. So, there will always be a staff presence to help produce this market. But when we get back to volunteers and interns, it's a lot less costly to us as an organization because we have all that free labor, as it were. It takes a lot of staff time to go to the hub, bring all the food. I don't know if you've ever dealt with donated food, but some of it's usable, some of it's a little past its prime. So it's a lot of sorting and packaging, and also a way to distribute it in a COVID safe way. When we harvest from our garden, for example, and it's always combined with stuff that we've harvested from the school garden, but it's washed, it's presented with bilingual recipes and instructions about how you wash produce, how to use produce safely. So there's a lot that goes in to this market. We don't just take exactly what we get and give it back out. There's kind of a lot of facilitation that has to happen. But right now, it is very staff dollar intensive because we don't have the volunteers. So this budget would cover 8 of them, and it would hopefully get us, hopefully to the point where we can host volunteers and interns again and have that help.
Thank you.
Okay, Cordell was next.
I lowered my hand.
Okay, and I cannot see hands from beyond that. That was by memory. Are there any other raised hands?
Paula's hand is up. Paula's hand is still up.
I'm sorry, I just need to lower it.
Okay, there are no other hands up.
Can we call the question?
Okay. So the motion, well, we have to have a second. I mean, the motion is great. Okay.
Say again.
3 seconds. Yeah, motion from exec. I'll say Laura, second by Dorit on Garden School Foundation, NPG, per agenda item narrative. That's a very strange motion, but y'all know what I meant, right? It's what's on the agenda.
I copy what's on the agenda for the PhD.
Exactly. Any other comments, or shall we go?
Unmute.
Okay, everybody please unmute. I'm calling the roll and Greg is writing it down. Jasmine.
Ineligible.
Okay, Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter, absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby, absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Carlos.
Laura.
Yeah, ineligible, Carlos.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Okay, I talked over him, so.
He's ineligible.
You got it, Greg? That's fine.
Yes, I have it. I'm good.
Okay, Laura is a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac, absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Abstain.
Okay, abstain. Michael Kimbrough, absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
And Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. Motion
That
carries.
pass. Okay, one abstaining.
Okay. Are we ready for, oh, you're gonna give
Yes.
us a number.
Oh,
Okay,
am I? Should be
next
15.
item is 11C, funding requests. Cordell, you'll discuss, but I'll share that. Will I share or will you share the quick PowerPoint that I did?
If you can go ahead and share it.
I will. Okay, so West Adams Avenues Association requests funds for a community improvement project purchasing replacement HD security cameras for monitoring at the Recreation and Parks, Benny H. Potter Park, Annex, Isidore House, and South Seas Complex. Oops, I just dropped the dollar amount since we're recording. The request is for $5,865. And Cordell, I'm going to look for the thing to share while you start talking.
Sure. Thank you, Laura. Good evening, everyone. I've had the pleasure of working with West Adams Avenue's Neighborhood Association Quality of Life Committee on this. It's been a real big problem, especially during the pandemic. The Benny Potter Park is really one of the few gems of parks we have in our footprint. And a lot of programming goes on in the South Seas House, and the city has been working on the Isidore House, but because of the pandemic, they're not having any staffing or programming there. And as a result, people have been breaking in, damaging, and potentially even there's a chance of losing the house because they've been doing fires in the house. So what we came up with was we solicited a number of vendors to put in commercial grade, high definition quality cameras that would cover not only the Annex House, but also the South Seas House. These cameras would be recording in real time, reviewable by park staff, park police, as well as LAPD, so we can secure both properties and keep them available for the neighborhood for their use.
Yeah, and Cordell, I'm going to interrupt for a second. The photo that's up is very pretty. See how there's a nice light in the upper floor? You do know that nobody lives there legally. This is
no one should be there.
Guests. Go ahead.
Thank you, Laura. So once again, what we're trying to do is not only be, as Greg mentioned, being good stewards of UNNC money, but also really trying to be good stewards of the resources we have in our neighborhoods. And with that, this will go a long way of protecting these properties for many years to come. The vendor that we selected is a second generation commercial electrician firm. They've been putting in commercial camera systems for over 12 years, mainly in banks and big box retail. It's someone that I actually had some experience with in the past. So they were able to work with us on pricing, and we'll do the full installation, including in-grounding wires, to make sure that the installation is professional, secured, and will meet city requirements. So that's kind of where we are. In a nutshell, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Greg. You know what, Greg? I don't actually have all the other materials. It's up in the packet. Do you want us to know the rest? I'm sorry.
I just think people just need to see the funding requests, like
right. I'm not sure I have it.
Let me look.
Okay. And so there are questions for Cordell, Chris, then Hugh, while Greg's looking for the funding request.
Just check my first one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, I understand that West Adams Avenues has some funds, other funds or sources of funds in addition to what they are requesting for UNNC. Is that correct? And does that 5,800 represent that shared aspect of the project?
This is actually the 5865 would be a funding request from UNNC. West Adams Avenues is going to look to cover other expenses that will be ongoing with the system. So what we're looking at right now is a funding request for the camera system, the rack system, the labor, and rental of a trenching machine to do the installation of 12 to 16 cameras. Excuse me, 12 cameras. The system is expandable to 16.
Okay. Hugh.
I'm not sure I fully understand the request. I'm assuming that the properties themselves are owned by the city or by Park and Recreation, the properties themselves. I'm not sure I understand why they're asking for funds from UNNC to place these cameras. We just talked about this in the last meeting or the meeting before about landowners being responsible for protecting these pieces of property. I'm not sure I'm understanding why UNNC should be funding these cameras when the property owner should bear that responsibility.
Well, to that point here, once again, as a neighborhood council, we're charged with providing funds for community improvement and projects for community benefit. So our city funds would go to help protect these two resources that thousands and thousands of people use generally every year. So I don't understand. It's not so much of trying to say, hey, this because the city parks and recreations don't have it in their budget to do this. So we're trying to provide an opportunity to protect these two resources.
Okay, Greg, I saw that you had your hand up, and Janie and Raheem and Carlos and
Yeah,
Mario,
but I'm
and
not-
I will certainly have something to say at some point.
Well, my one, I don't want to jump the line, but two, my response is to answer Hugh's question. So I don't want to break protocol, but I want to address Hugh's question.
Well, Greg, you can't jump the line because you can't raise your little blue hand. So,
well, I still want to be out of order.
So it's okay. I called on you. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So the way that financially how I see this is that with the funds that we have a charge of stewardship to improve our community. And yes, conceptually, all things that are city related, yeah, the city should provide. But just like if we saw that we wanted to add a slide, to buy another slide for the park, we could choose to do that. So based upon the resources that are in our community, these buildings, there are resources that are here with us. And since we have funds that we're responsible for, we have the potential to step in to meet that need, to use our funds. So yes, theoretically, yeah, the city should cover it all, but also theoretically and practically, the city has given us funds for us to use to improve our community, and this would improve our community. That's my 1/2 cents worth response to that.
Amen.
So it's going to go Janie, Raheem, Carlos, Mario, Laura, because I'm not going to jump the line, but those are the hands up, and then me, and then there may be others, but I'll be going after Mario. Janie.
My concern has to do with how the cameras will actually improve the situation. Just from personal experience, we've had a lot of issues in our local park. Um, a lot. I'm not going to go into the details, but we have cameras trained on all the areas where the issues are happening. Um, and, there's been a lot of interaction with the police, who basically said, we don't have the time, energy, or resources to look at that footage ever. And um, and so basically they might as well not be there, and the people who are committing the crimes know that. The people who are there doing their thing, they're not afraid of those cameras either. So I think my question is just, that's, it's a lot of money, so I want to make sure that this is actually something that's going to make a difference. And I'm wondering if there have been conversations with the police about how, are they actually going to use that footage to do something? Do they need that footage to do something? Have you contacted them already? Are they on this? Are they not on this? Just wondering who's going to be looking at the footage and what actual improvements is it going to lead to?
So,
Wait. Cordell, do you want the people to go through the list of their questions and then you answer all of them with the help from Recreation Park staff who's present? Or do you want to try this one at a time?
Hopefully just kind of go through them pretty quickly, because I don't want to skip over anybody's question or concern. And I think it appropriate that way, to do it that way. So Janie, to your concern, I know Donna's on the call, she can chime into this. We've been really fortunate with regard to Benny Potter Park. In normal circumstances, the South Seas House is typically staffed, and there are typically people there. So the cameras will really be reviewed at 3 levels, or can be reviewed at 3 levels. There's park staff that's there, so they can deal with it in real time. The park police or the rangers can see the cameras, deal with it in real time. And we've been really fortunate. The last 3 slows that we've had have been really proactive with the park and have dealt with issues in the park. There are 2 cameras in existence covering the front yard of the house, which does nothing for the rear yards and side yards that this system would address. So I'm sorry to hear that, you haven't had that kind of relationship or response from law enforcement. But once again, we've been pretty fortunate with our slows and our park staff, because these 2 houses, if they're damaged or lost, I mean, that is a huge, huge loss for the community, and they're not replaceable.
Okay, Carlos.
Okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, actually, not necessarily a question, but a comment. These camera systems, I look at them just like, pretty much anything else, right? Nothing will actually stop things totally, not even a full-time guard, but I look at them as a deterrent, right? So if folks know, not everybody, but if folks know that it's being monitored and there's cameras there, it's a deterrent, right? We, some of us have ring systems at our homes, right? But does that stop folks from getting in? Probably not. But again, it's a deterrent from the other things that could happen. All right. We use, other systems next door, all these other systems. This is another tool that I believe that not only just the neighborhood, but, anyone that could actually benefit from the different programs and meetings and things like that happen at these locations. And not to mention, to Cordell's point, those jewels, if they're ever lost due to fire or damage, something like that's it. Right. And then we're thinking what other tools could we have used really to protect those jewels in the neighborhood and in the city of Los Angeles. So I just wanted to comment on that I think the cameras are a wonderful tool that we can go ahead and use and folks could leverage, and these other organizations could leverage to protect our neighborhoods, the people that's in them, and our assets that we have that we really cherish.
Okay,
So, thank you.
Marielle.
I have actually a couple questions. The first one is the houses, the second house, is that used as much as the South Seas house? My experience with that park has been the programs come out of South Seas, and that's a smaller one. What is that one used for again? Can someone answer that?
It's a waiting restoration. It will be used for the kids programs.
So is there a way, I noticed in the photos that, there's been squatters. Why, is that boarded up at all, or?
We're laughing because it's been boarded up. Its locks have been changed. The squatters have changed the changed locks. The squatters have come in through the and up through the closet after the locks were changed. It's a problem.
Okay. So other measures have been taken prior to the cameras. Okay. So that I wasn't quite sure about. And so is this a problem that started with COVID, and that as things go back towards being more populated and more used, is this something that will also fade away, or was this a problem that was pre-pandemic?
It was actually a pandemic.
It was what?
It was a problem pre-pandemic. It's just been exacerbated because there's not as much staffing at the South Seas house.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
So I had called me next. So there's a few people on this Zoom call who've been around long enough to know that the South Seas house had people also living in it back in the early 90s, and they did set a fire and there was major damage, and that brought the community together. And it was a moment not unlike this moment in Los Angeles. Different causes. That was when we had terrible economy, floods, fires, then a riot, then an earthquake. And it was sort of became a rallying point. If we could save the house, we would have saved the community. And we did. So that, the South Seas house was something we were extraordinarily proud about. And people donated $5 here and $10 there and $100 there on a fundraising effort to raise the monies to jumpstart that. So here we are, full circle, in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a terrible economy, and people are suffering, including the people who are breaking into the house and need a place that's not in the rain. But the fear is that if we don't adopt a number of measures, including updating the cameras. UNNC had already purchased cameras 15 or 18 years ago. They're out of date. Whenever we purchase them, they're not working. So this is kind of a round two, but much better. I just feel like it is really important that these houses in particular in the park, community serving, be secured, saved again. And, so I'm in favor of this. Okay, Tori is next. That was my soapbox. Tori's next.
Oh, well, mine was kind of covered. I was gonna ask Cordell, who in the neighborhood would have access to the footage of the cameras, like motion and things like that, so people could check on it more readily? Because of course, even the slows are not gonna get there in the evening or on their off time when they are not available and on duty. So who in the neighborhood will have access to those cameras so people can get there more, expedite the process? And did we get the 3 quotes?
We did. The vendor that we ultimately selected came in with the best price and had the most experience. And one thing I did forget to mention, the quote also includes the replacement of 2 non-working motion sensor lights, which also will help deter people with regard to walking around the property, and also give better camera images.
Okay, so will anybody in the neighborhood have access? When the-
It would be, it'll be primarily, no one in the neighborhood has requested to have access to it. And I think you get into some privacy issues. But definitely park staff, park police or rangers, and LAPD are really the people that we want to have immediate access to these the
Yeah.
video.
But I'm talking about the visuals. You know how the cameras can have different access to different angles of the visuals. Because Arnie that just was on the call, he does those cameras all the time to all of his units and everything, and it's pretty high tech. So some person in the neighborhood may not have the visuals, you know, to one angle, but they can have access to other movement.
Yeah, well, to your point, Tori, people, we have park staff that actually live in the neighborhood, including Gavin and others.
Yeah.
So those are the people that we want to have access to the video footage, and they're the ones who can actually respond the quickest to any motion or any issues. Because,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
why I was asking.
Right.
because once again, you get into some privacy issues as well as, you know, how do you have the chain of custody? Who has the right to see that? You know, who has the right to maintain it? We want to just give it this tool to the park and their staff so they can address it.
We have three. I was going to say we had 2 hands up. Now we have 3, and I'm hoping that's the last. The third hand is the last, so we can take a vote. Dorit?
This has been vetted and talked about at almost every single Rec and Park Committee meeting we've had. The park staff, the on-site staff, and even higher ups, way higher ups, are all dedicated and eager to have this work, to have the cameras up, to find solutions. Donna Jones is an amazing neighbor, just force of nature who's gotten everyone together. So I agree, Jenny. You know what? Cameras are not going to stop somebody from doing something that they want to do. But I do strongly believe if we have good cameras, we will be able to see who that somebody was. Somebody will see them again in the neighborhood. They can be held accountable. I think this is a very good idea for UNNC monies to be used. Yes, these houses are treasures, and I do believe it's our responsibility to help save them. Thank you.
Okay, Paula.
Yes, I just wanted to say in response to Janie, someone smashed the window of my car and stole the airbags. And my neighbor had a great camera system. So the police they were happy to hear that we had footage. And as long as we viewed
You froze again.
it to them, the police did take that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Raheem?
Hey, Cordell, just quickly, is there like a monitoring aspect of the cameras? You've talked kind of around that about as far as like who would have access to the camera footage, but I think what's great about like residential systems or consumer systems like Ring is like there's like a notification part of the system, right? Like you get notified if somebody's moving in a certain perimeter. Is there some sort of like notification system or notification feature on this camera system that would notify park staff or park rangers when something is happening on the cameras, like after hours at night when nobody is there?
Yeah, so to your point, I didn't want to get too far in the weeds with tech specs, but the cameras do have cellular capability. So the minute that there's an incident triggered, the people who are signed up to get those notifications get them immediately.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Can we call the question?
I see no more hands. I also want to point out we're well past time and we still have a lot to go. So is there anybody else who wants to have a further discussion?
I move we call the question.
Okay, well, we need a second. The motion is,
I'll second.
Okay.
I'm putting it in the chat, so. Oops.
West Adams Association requests funding for a community improvement project, purchasing replacement HD
Right.
security cameras for monitor at the Recreation and Park Department, Benny H. Carter Park, Annex, Isadora House, and South Seas. Complex requests $5,865.00.
Right, and it's moved by Executive Committee. Greg, are you the mover?
Sure, I'll move it.
Okay, and who was the second?
I'll second.
I don't know.
That's Tori.
Okay, there it is.
Got it.
Please, everyone, unmute yourselves. I'm going to start with this. So Jasmine, and I know the answer is
ineligible.
Great. Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter, absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby, absent.
Absent.
Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Ineligible.
Okay. Laura, yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Paula.
Yes.
Raheem. I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear him either.
I
Okay.
said yes. I said yes.
Thank
I
you.
said C.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Isaac,
Absent.
absent. Mario.
Yes.
Hugh.
No.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael, absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy is temporarily absent unless she's come back. Janie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay.
We have 14 yeses.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next item is the 31st Street Quality of Life Committee requests funds for its partnership with California Greenworks for the Jefferson Boulevard Greenbelt project to plant 25 new trees along the north side of Jefferson between Western and Crenshaw and maintain them for 3 years. And the request is for $6,900. Who is screen sharing?
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. So let me-
The new thing that Helen sent us today?
I don't have the new thing.
Okay, so that, Helen, are you wanting to screen share?
Do I have the new
me to
thing,
screen
Helen?
share? Greg, you can show the funding request, but they have a pretty pictures presentation.
Okay. Is it in the
It is.
Google Drive?
It is.
Oh, then I can show it then. So 'cause I'm
Okay.
there.
So I do want to say this one's so well vetted. They've come to so many committee meetings. They've been to the environmental committee. They've been to executive committee. They've been to governing board last month. Here they are again. Can we do this in 5 or 6 minutes?
For sure. Okay. This is a PowerPoint number 2, right? I have last modified March 16th, the PowerPoint.
No.
I don't see anything else.
Here, no, I put it up in the drive. They gave it to me. Wait, what time? Here, I can do it. You want me to, it's just this, fine, I'll share.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Laura.
and who's speaking? Sorry.
I will speak and then Jenna will do the green part.
Okay.
Okay, so slide 1. Hi, I'm Helen Chowdhury, stakeholder from Jefferson Park. I served on the UNNC governing board for 6 years and was the chair for the Code Violations Committee. And then slide 2, please. Page 2.
Yep, you got it.
So Jefferson Boulevard was always a destination street with lots of mom and pop businesses. Like this first one's probably from around the turn of the century. You can see all the little businesses along there. And what we were hoping to make it a community place to go shop, eat, and stroll again. Slide 2, please. Well, here it's coming in. It's just always had, it's the right size for human interaction, and we've still got a whole ton of the old buildings still intact. And there are lots of small businesses slowly opening along the business, after the recession. Harold and Bell's, of course, always there, but there's Red Bay Coffee, which is owned by a Black-owned business in Oakland, and they have bought a big piece of land, and they're hoping to make that their LA headquarters, but everything stopped because of COVID. The next slide, please. And here is the tram turnaround. It's where that strange vacant spot covered in ivy is, where the buses turn around, or the MTA is now. It's always been a people street. So slide 5. Trees make business districts more attractive. People spend more time on streets with trees, and they spend more money as well. Next slide. They lower the temperature of surrounding areas. They muffle noise. They clean the air, and they correlate with greater mental health in areas that have more trees. So slide 8. We picked the south, the north, no, the next one after that. We can skip over that. We chose the north side of the street because more of the trees on that side seem to have died or been stunted. That side of the street gets full sun almost the whole year. The south side, the roots and bases of the trees are shaded most of the year, so they don't dry out as easily. Yeah, the map shows that there are 25 more trees planted. There's an interactive map link in the packet of the 1,000 things where you can go look actually on Google Maps and like zoom in and see where each tree actually is.
So I'm not going to click it here, but if you go into our packet online, you can see the little hand that's showing up. You can click and it'll take you out.
Yeah, and you can see exactly where they're going to go. Next slide, please. We picked, I think that's the Brisbane, yeah, we picked Brisbane box, which is the bigger tree, and Australian willow, because they're both very drought tolerant. They grow very well all over our neighborhood. There's a ton of them over near USC. They're in every supermarket parking lot, the Australian willow is, because they don't drop leaf litter or flower litter, and neither does the Brisbane box, and neither of them heave up the sidewalk. And our limited survey of businesses along there, though, they were most concerned about having to sweep up leaf and tree litter, and those trees don't do that. In fact, they're called maintenance trees at the nursery, as in no maintenance. Where are we? Cal Greenworks has committed to maintaining and watering the trees for 3 years. They have a grant for that, which I'll let Jenna tell you about. And we're asking for a neighborhood improvement grant to do this for the first year. So we also have a $2,900 grant from Lanny to add to the UNNC funds, which we're asking for. And that should cover watering and maintenance for the first year. And California Greenworks is going to buy those big watering bags too, which work really well. And now over to Jenna.
Okay, so the last 3 slides, I keep up?
Yeah, so it's slide 10 now. Jenna?
I'll let you know when to keep going.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenna Dottavio. I'm the project manager at California Greenworks. So we were founded in 2002 by Nancy McGoogie and Mike Metter. We've been around for almost 19 years, and our mission has consistently been to improve the quality of life in urban communities. We do this through neighborhood revitalization projects, programs that provide environmental education that satisfy California education standards. We increase access to healthy green space. We reutilize land, we plant trees, we advocate for green job creation. Next slide, please.
You see it?
Yeah, thanks. So currently we have 6 projects at the moment. And if you look at the packet, you'll see that each of those are listed. The 2 tree related ones are a project that we're working on Hyde Park. So far, we've planted about 102 trees in January and February, and we will be donating 20 trees to John Adams Middle School to create an outdoor classroom there in the fall. We have a grant from the California Air Resources Board, which requires us to plant 300 trees by 2022 in South LA. And your project, our project, is perfect. It's perfect for greening one neighborhood at a time, which is one of our goals as a small nonprofit in South LA. So next slide, please. So Jefferson Park has very little tree canopy, around 6.2%. And if we compare that to some other parts of the Palisades, which have upwards of 45%, say Beverly Hills or Hancock Park, which also have about 25% tree canopy. And so California Greenworks strives to increase tree canopy in the most tree deficit neighborhoods. All of our primary districts, 8, 9, and 10, have less than 1 acre of healthy green space per 1,000 residents, I'm sorry. So according to the County of Los Angeles Public Health Series, Council District 8 only has about 0.5 acres per 1,000 residents. Council District 9 is about 0.33 per 1,000 residents, and then Council District 10 has about 0.57 acres per 1,000 residents. And just to kind of give you some background on those numbers, LA County on average has about 8.1 acres per 1,000 residents. Next slide. So the 31st Street Committee came to us in October of last year, and we were recommended to them by Lonnie. We've been working on the Green Belt Project ever since, and we're a small team, and so we're really proud to be partnering with an organization that is so dedicated to greening LA and clearing out the air. So we've been working on this Green Belt Project ever since, and since we started the permitting process in January, we are hoping to have our Form F approved shortly, specifically with the Lonnie grant and the funding from UNNC, which we are hoping that you will vote for. Next slide.
There is no more slides. We're done.
That's it.
That's it. So I'm stopping the share. Okay. All right. So Greg, I've already forgotten. Did we already post their funding?
Yes.
Okay. So I do want to, while we're doing it, obviously this has become for UNNC, jokingly, but not, the year of the tree. And so we had 3, and now it turns out there's sort of a 4th initiative, but we have the initiative that we already funded with KYCC. We have the Planning and Zoning Committee's initiative to go back to all those recent, in the last 10 years, development projects where there are no trees, even if they're required trees. We have this project, and it turns out we learned from KYCC that we don't need to touch Crenshaw, because between the new developments and Metro's now planning to plant trees, it turns out, on Crenshaw as well. Yes. So, well, I say that, but what's the timeline? We don't know. So, but KYCC was basically told they should not plant trees on Crenshaw because Metro is going to do it. And I'm going to follow up with Metro to make sure that doesn't mean 10 years from now. So it's the year of the tree, and we have some other trees that people want to put in. And I feel like it's a nice thing we're leaving behind for the next generation, hopefully.
I move we call for the vote on this. It's been well vetted and well presented, and we should move promptly to fund this and move on, is my hope.
Okay, so so that means you're the seconder on the motion? I will
second the motion.
We have to have a firster, but that needs to be executive. Yeah, no, I know. The mover would be one of us on executive.
I saw Greg's hand up for moving. I second.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat just to, so for all of you, and Teresa has her hand up in the meantime. If you want to speak, Teresa.
Thank you, Laura. Jenna, can you tell me about the mulch? Last time you were going to get back to us on the type of mulch.
Hi, Teresa. So I spoke with my team about the mulch. So we have to fill in at least 2 inches. We are looking to do, Culver City offers free mulch as part of a package, and we would like to utilize that.
It's actually the mulch from our green bins that the city goes somewhere and like makes, and we can pick it up, which is a wonderful thing. And they sell it as top grow, actually. So
Okay, so it's sort of like a compost type of mulch.
yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Hopefully not. You have the right to comment, but okay, well, let's call that roll. Greg, are you ready?
Sure am.
Everybody unmute.
Okay.
I'm fading fast.
Jasmine, ineligible. Dorit.
Ineligible. Yes.
Dorit's a yes. Hunter absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Ineligible.
Okay. Laura, yes. Hugo has stepped away from the computer. Sorry, he texted me. Paul, so Hugo's absent for the vote. Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Michael is absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Is Nancy back? I'm going to call Nancy, but I don't see her. Nancy is absent. Jamie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
14.
Okay, motion passes. All right. Yay.
Thank you.
So can I ask the Western Heights?
John,
I have a question.
did you call John?
Yes.
I thought I
Yes,
did.
yes, I voted.
Okay,
You
all
voted.
right.
Thank you, Dolores.
But
He's
I don't
registered voter.
remember if I did or didn't. Okay. Greg, Chris,
Yes.
funding request E, Western Heights, is it on or tabled?
We have presented, we're doing our research, talking to the city individuals. We have not received a response. So at this point, we just want it to stay on the future agendas.
So
Chris,
it
you
just moves
concur?
tabled for this month and move forward?
Yes, Chris, you concur?
Yes, we'd hope that if Danielle had been here this evening, she might have provided the information that's been requested. We'll follow up by email with her.
Okay.
Bring it to the next meeting.
Okie doke. So to remind all, what we have left on our agenda is committee reports, 4 CISs, but you probably already read all of them. And we will not have minutes, but we will have the treasurers approve the monthly expenditure report. So we're going to go to committee reports now, except that Hugo's not here and he had wanted to do a report. So why don't we just quickly do committee reports, and if Hugo comes back, we'll get a budget advocate report. Dorit.
Rec and Parks Committee has been going along strong, doing some good stuff. We are changing our date starting in May. It will be the 3rd Monday of the month, no longer the 2nd Monday of the month. Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking for, Tori sent me something, so I'm looking for that in my email. I can't see any other hands up. Are there any other hands up?
Oh, no, this is Tori. I mean, I have it.
No,
right here in front
Tori,
of me.
besides you, I'm grabbing something. I'm grabbing your thing. So are there anybody else, any other reports while I'm grabbing Tori?
Communications Committee. I need to share my screen though.
That's okay. Go ahead, because I'm doing downloading.
Well, I need to be made a co-host.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct. You can't share your screen without. So sorry. Hang on. I'm looking for you in the, there you are. Okie doke. Your co-host, Raheem.
All right, so good evening. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So the process of working with Lizzie and the elections committee has been really great. As you guys know, we just hired a graphic designer and photographer to kind of help us with our outreach materials. And so working on the election stuff has really kind of given us a really great, some really great ideas about how we can kind of refine that process. And so we created this little form. So for anybody going forward, any committee member, or if you're a board member that has an initiative that you want any sort of deliverable created for, a graphic, a photograph, anything that can be used to either be made into like a printed material or a digital item on social media, we've created this form that will just kind of give us some of the basic information that we'll need to get started on your request. It's all pretty self-explanatory, but any questions, we've also created an email address here, just com@unnc.org. That'll send an email to Gabby and myself. So if you're able to if you need some materials, you're able to get through this form and fill it out, you can just email that form to that email address. If you have any questions along the way, you can also just email them to that email address, and we'll get back to you and figure out your questions. So I'll email this form out to everybody on the board right now. And then the second thing that I wanted to go through really quickly, every month we are having our web person, Anne, create a Google Analytics report for us that kind of traces how our website is functioning and what pages people are going to and how they're getting there. Getting these reports monthly is a way to kind of like track how we're doing on our website and kind of give us an idea of what's popular on our website. And I think I've taken us through one of these before. And so I can, if anybody's interested in this report, I can also email it to them. I can email it to you if anybody is interested. There's some information on here that's not super exciting. Like we're not super surprised that most of our users are in the United States of America, in Los Angeles, no less. But when you get to some of these other pages, stuff becomes a little bit more illuminating. Like people are getting based on this, we're learning that people are coming directly to our site. So not getting referred to us by any other third party, but somehow are just coming directly to our site. So it's something that we kind of want to dig into a little bit more to figure out if that's accurate, and if so, how people are coming directly to our site. One thing that's not completely accurate here is that you're seeing that there's 0 referrals from email, which would be our e-blast, but that's not true. We're still trying to figure out how to link our MailChimp account with our Google Analytics so that we can get some actual data there. So hopefully in the coming months we'll have a more accurate acquisition number for the emails, so that we can kind of compare them to other ways people are coming to the site. Another cool thing, there's top viewed pages. And a couple of these top pages are just a function of, I think, our web developers kind of tinkering around with the site and having to go to pages over and over again to fix things. But our election site is pretty high up on our pages. So credit to Lizzie for kind of putting all that information together and getting there. On Arnold got us an article we put up towards the end of the month, and that's already pretty high on our top viewed pages. So again, Gabby and I are kind of over hounding all of the board members for news stories. We created a schedule, and it became more work to kind of outreach to everybody on a regular basis, trying to maintain that schedule. But what we do know is that whenever board members do take the time to write a personal story about something happening in the neighborhoods, it really resonates. And this is just another example of that. So again, John's article that he wrote that we put up and boosted on Facebook, even though we put it up towards the tail end of the month, it's already a pretty popular page on our website. So a little plug, anybody out there who has any board member stories that they do want to write, they do get seen by eyeballs and get people coming to our pages, to our website. Again, top landing pages, so people coming directly to our elections page, they go to our calendars page, and our board members pages. So again, there's also a small working group kind of looking into our website and kind of reconfiguring it, not doing a big broad redesign of the website, but just kind of like putting the pieces in better order so that it functions better. And all this information is really helpful to know what pages people are going to, you know, the amount of time they're spending on the bounce rate. It kind of allows us to kind of approach this process with some data and not just with you know, our feelings of what would be best for our website. So anyway, like I said, if anybody is curious about this report and wants an email copy of it, I'm happy to send it along. But this is something that we will be sharing on a monthly basis, and I think what'll be really fun to start to look at is, you know, month to month how certain things are performing. And since we're doing it right now, we kind of have a baseline of performance that we can kind of always track against. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Raheem. Chris, I see your hands up, but Tori is next, and I'm going to share the screen for you, Tori, with your report. And remember, we had skipped last month the mission statement and goals for homelessness liaison committee. So Tori, you're up. I've got your thing up. I know you wanted to talk about this just a tad, right?
Well, pretty much the report was basically from our meeting that we had the last Thursday of March, and some of the discussions we had there. But this is just to be in compliance with the mission and the goals that we have from the committee. So we talked about the mandate that the judge has on the city regarding homelessness and building the capacity and placement that should be taking place as we speak. I haven't heard anything about it lately for the last week or so. So I'll be following up on that pretty soon to see how that's coming along. But this is pretty much our mission, and we have a ton of goals that we want to meet and continue to engage with our homelessness population within the footprint of UNNC. And as you can see, UNNC Homelessness Committee addresses the issues and concerns of the community regarding their unhoused neighbors. And we answer LAPD calls and intervene for safety and positive outcomes. The committee provides resource information, education, and advocacy to the whole community, or the community as a whole, either way you want to put it. But we have a lot of goals, and we have also solutions and suggestions. And some of our solutions is to have a homeless liaison office within our parameters in a safe location, a budget for resource materials, a quarterly meeting with our councilperson, and a list of pastoral interveners. We need more unit scouting, which should be paid positions of those willing to do the work within the area, as well as who go out in teams of 2 to 4 persons. So these are things that we want to do to enhance our community and our interaction and our engagement with the population to perhaps even eradicate homelessness within our parameters, which I believe is doable. So that's short, sweet, and to the point and in a nutshell. But as you go, we already do free referrals to mental health, workshops, provide PPE, thermal blankets, which I probably need some more pretty soon. We encourage agencies to audit their waiting lists on a consistent basis, but would like to do more of that throughout the areas of the different agencies that are involved with outside of UNNC, because they all kind of work haphazardly in these silos, but they all kind of interact with one another. Continue to inform the community through education of the historical causes of homelessness in relation to the economic downfalls and the homeless having minimal resources to fight the various antiquated systems. Okay, Laura keeps moving on me. So anyway, hopefully at a glance you can see those. That's okay, but needless to say, we have active homelessness committee, and we need to probably get out there again more as COVID is dissipating. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Chris's hand is up for something else, but here's what I am doing. I'm hopefully, maybe not here. This is the portion that's the mission statement. Guys, if you can you all see that? We did not last month adopt their mission statement because it wasn't written. So I would like to see if we can have a motion to adopt this mission statement to keep in our bureaucratic protocols that every committee's mission statement must be adopted. So is there a motion to adopt this?
I so move. This is Paula.
I can't second, can I?
Second.
Okay. Mission statement.
Yeah, we had it. We just enhanced it.
Seconds. And there you go. Is there any comment? And if not, Greg, we have to do this again, another BAC. Isn't that fun? Are you ready?
Yeah.
No, but
No?
no, I mean, no, I'm not.
Okay, well, I'm ready. Let me just do it here then, because I've got a blank piece.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I will.
Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead.
All right.
But
Jasmine. Everybody on mute.
Yes.
Jasmine.
Yes.
Okay. Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Laura, yes. Hugo, if he's back. Okay.
Hugo.
Absent. Paula,
Yes.
Raheem,
Yeah.
Isaac is absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Michael, absent. Chris,
Yes.
and Greg.
I need to abstain because I stepped away. That's why I
Okay,
was in.
that's
yeah.
why we caught you. So sorry.
Yes.
Nancy is back or absent? Nancy's absent. Jane
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes, thank you, Tori.
Yes, thank you very much. And then Chris, did you have a report? Or your hand was up and now it's down?
I had a question on the communications, the form to put in for some graphic assistance. I understand we've hired these people. How is our budget handled so that we don't exceed? And how do we prioritize what we ask for so the most important things that were visualized when we hired them get done? So if you could just clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. This is why Gabby and I are kind of the gatekeepers of our graphic designer photographer. We are going to regulate their workflow. So since everything is funneling through us, if anything ever feels to be too much, we can kind of push back against whoever the requester is and kind of pare down the request before it reaches them. But in their contracts, there's no verbiage about number of hours or anything exceeding or anything. So it's just something that we have, weekly conversations with the guys that we hired to kind of gauge their feelings and how they're feeling about their workload. And everything so far has been fine, even with the mini onslaught of stuff that we did for the election stuff.
We have a finite amount in our budget allocated for this. Is that correct? Do we?
Yeah, it's a hard amount. It's $3,000 for the year for each of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But there's nothing works against. We're not like deleting hours as they finish stuff or anything. We're not keeping track of things that way.
Okay. Thanks
Yeah.
for clarifying.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, are we done with committee reports? Hearing nothing, I'm assuming that's a yes. And we launch into CIS, Community Impact Statements. And I'm so sorry we are past time again. I really tried hard tonight. Dorit, you're up. See, if you're here.
Hey there. Hugh and I wrote this one. CIS about the therapeutic van.
Do
Everyone's
you guys
read it.
need me to share the screen?
I don't know yet. Everyone has had a chance to read this. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone want Laura to share a screen? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
You can share it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So does anyone have any questions while Laura's getting all this up and running?
Oh, wait, they did ask me to share?
I thought somebody did.
Did someone just ask
I
me?
did. Tori did. Tori asked to share the screen.
Okay. Is it shared?
No, not yet.
It's coming.
It's coming up.
There it is.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so this is just what we have in our packet.
There's nothing different than what we have in the packet.
Do you
Or
need
what
it
I sent you.
Was somebody asking a question?
Do you need the CIS seconded?
We need the CIS firsted by Dorit and seconded by somebody, yes.
Paula,
Thanks, Paula.
you're welcome.
Okay.
John has his hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't share
Hi,
answers.
John. What's your question?
What is therapeutic van? And because what I see is there's a motion to support something.
Alrighty, so there's the motion that went through that's in front of the city council to divert funds from LAPD to be used. Basically, instead of having cops show up when you're calling about a mental health, a person who's having a mental health crisis, instead of having cops and fire department show up, trained therapists show up in a van that's situated. We call it the therapy, it's situated with therapists, with social workers. So we have social workers and therapists showing up instead of guys in uniforms with guns for people who are having mental health crises.
So the motion is to support the therapeutic van program.
Yes,
and
sir.
Everything after that is about why.
Yes, sir.
Right, so by way of explanation, we're on CISs, we now know very technically that we can upload right in the box a maximum of 2,000 characters and spaces. Otherwise it becomes where we have to send attachments and work with a city clerk, still gets up. We're trying to write them so they fit that protocol at the city clerk's website, basically, the upload protocol stuff.
And Hugh and I are very grad school orientated, so we cited our references, we cited our work there. Tori, you got your hand up, sweetie?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with this because I had to intervene a few times with police and circumstances. One was, if you haven't ever seen this, is assisted suicides, where somebody will jump out in front of your car and try to get you to run over them. I was sitting on Crenshaw at Doolin's one day on the patio and that happened. And so many people saw that so many people had called police. It ended up being about 12, 15 police that showed up for this one guy. And it could have gotten really out of hand had we not intervened. So it's so many circumstances that we run into throughout our daily travels in the city. So I'm all for it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Can we explain any more to you folks before we vote?
Let's vote.
All righty.
Okay. So this is a basic support of all of these words as you see them. Greg, are you ready? Is Greg here? Has he stepped away again?
No, he's raising his thumb, yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm ready.
Ready. And also, by the way, this one I'm also writing them down because for Janie or I to file, we have to have the same information. So forgive forgive me, but we're both going to do it simultaneously. Our side doesn't need signatures. Jasmine.
Please stop share.
Oh, sorry. I can do that. Maybe I can do that. Maybe I can't. Here we go. Okay, Jasmine is a yes. Dorit?
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John?
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori?
Unmute, Tori.
Everybody on mute, please. Everybody's showing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Tori?
Yes.
I say yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Carlos?
Absent? No, I'm sorry. Carlos?
Unmute, Carlos.
Okay. What I'm seeing on the screen is nearly everybody is muted. Is
No,
there,
unmute everybody.
are we frozen?
No, let's just unmute everyone.
Some have voted and muted, but yeah, some have not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move on. Laura's a yes. If we ever hear from Carlos, we'll hear from Carlos. Hugo is still absent. Paula,
Yes.
Raheem,
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell, are you still here?
Yes.
Okay, Michael is absent. Chris,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Nancy, still absent. Janie,
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Did we catch up to Carlos? Is he here or not here?
No.
I'm calling him
No.
absent for the vote.
Yeah. 1,
Thank you,
2,
everybody.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Thank you, Dory.
13, 14.
Thank you.
I have 16.
You've got 16 and I've got 15. Who am I missing? Well, how would you know who I'm missing?
I don't know.
I know. How would you know? 1, 2.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Nancy is absent. Carlos is marked absent.
He's back.
He was
Okay,
absent for the vote. I have 16.
and I have
I don't know.
15. So we'll figure this out later, Greg. 'Cause
And
let's-
Hugo is absent.
Yeah, I know.
Hugo's absent.
Hugo's walked out. I know. He looks visible, but he's absent.
Hugo's absent, then I have 15 if Hugo's absent.
Okay, yeah, Hugo's absent at the moment.
Thank
So
you.
Trying
Thank
to
you,
hurry,
Paula.
and that is because we're going to lose quorum because Cordell's going to leave. So I'm sharing the screen again on the next CIS. And if we're really going to lose quorum, should I skip to the 2 that really are timely and then come back to number B? Move to C and D? Or should we just go through this as fast as we can?
Let's power through. Let's go.
Okay, power through. CIS committee number B, letter B, council file 210002 S66 is essentially, we are proposing that we are for the city's resolution to include this action in its legislative program, which means to say lobbying program, when they go to Sacramento, to establish a California Universal Basic Income for Transition Age Youth pilot program to provide $1,000 a month to California residents who are 21 years of age and who have exited the foster care system. So in other words, this is to give money to those young people who've been emancipated or kicked out of the foster care system without any support. And you've got the verbiage up on your screen and in your email to you and in your agenda. Are there any questions? I authored this one.
I'll second.
How long does the money run for?
3 years. What I don't know is who's going to get picked for the pilot program.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Second, Do you need a second?
Nope, I heard somebody second it, although I've already forgotten who it was.
It was Dorit.
Dorit. Laura moved, Dorit seconds.
And
Yeah.
stop share.
Okay, I will do that. And we need to power through another BAC. Okay, are we all unmuted? And let's try and do this quickly.
Yes. Quickly. Unmute.
Quick. Jasmine.
Yeah.
Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Absent.
Right. Laura, a yes. Hugo, is he back?
Absent.
Absent. Paula,
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Michael absent. Chris,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Nancy still absent. Janie,
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
That
I have
should be
I have
15.
15. I have
Yeah.
15.
Me too. Okay,
Next up.
next up. Back to screen sharing. Okay. Wait. Okay. We've been talking about this quite a bit. There's a multitude of council files right now. These are 3 of them. There are others. Where the city council is trying to address preserving our city's rent stabilized housing units. We discussed this at Planning and Zoning Committee at length, and we're for these initiatives if the city policy is amended, because it is our position, we hope you vote yes on this, that any project that is before us for density bonus, any kind of density bonus project, that the developer needs to maintain the existing rent stabilized unit count in addition to any new required affordable units that are built in exchange for density increases, density incentives under any city or state program. So that is our recommended position, not just a wash where 8 and 8, but retain the rent stabilized units and add required affordable units.
If this is your proposal, I second it.
Okay. That is my proposal. That's Planning and Zoning Committee proposal, but I can make the motion on behalf. And Chris seconds. Is there any discussion? Should I stop the share?
Stop the share.
Is there any discussion?
Let's vote.
Vote.
Okay, so we're down to 14, just so everybody knows, people. So let's try. Okay, Jasmine.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter absent. John.
Yep.
Gabby absent. Tori.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yes.
Yeah.
Carlos still gone. Laura, yes. Hugo gone. Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh. Uh-oh.
Yes, sorry, my computer had a
I was
problem.
gonna say, uh-oh, I don't want to be losing quorum quickly here. Cordell has left. He is now absent for your
Going.
records. Chris is next.
Yes. Yes.
Greg,
Yes. Am I muted? Yes.
you're good. Nancy's still absent. And Janie
Yes.
and Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. That should be 14. 1, 2.
That's 14.
Okay. All right, last one, but not least. Oh, this should be leased. I mean, it's the worst, but it should be leased. So last month, if you recall, we already voted yes on this. We passed a resolution to oppose the fee increases proposed by the CAO, and I'm sorry, what did it say? City Administrative Officer, which overruled city planning and instead is recommending that there's a huge amount of cost recovery for the fees being charged going forward by the planning department. And we already, as a board, voted a resolution to oppose these fee increases and to prepare a community impact statement, which is what this is, the prepared community impact statement. So our reason for opposition is that both are proposing really increasing the fees for anything to do with historic preservation, and what's opposed almost universally on a citywide basis is the proposal, the other piece of this, which would increase appeal fees from the current $89 to $16,097. Yeah, $16,097. And I found it very compelling that the former City Planning Commission president, Jane Usher, wrote a scathing letter in objection to this. So, you know, that tells you where people's opinion is. So anyway,
if you need a second, I second.
All right. So who moves this, John? Is it you or me for planning and zoning?
I can move it. Okay,
So on behalf of Planning and Zoning Committee, John Arnold moves, Chris Carlson seconds the CIS in opposition to the fee increases as described. Any questions? I'm stopping the share. Comments, questions? Okay. Ready? Unmute yourselves, please. Jasmine.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Greg, you know I'm just skipping over the absent people at this point. Tori.
No.
Okay. Paul.
Yes.
Carlos.
Absent.
Absent. Laura's a yes. Hugo. Still
It's
absent.
still absent.
All right, Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yes.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell has left, absent. Michael's absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy has not returned, absent. Jamie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Motion passes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 yeses.
Mhm.
1 no. And have all the rest absent. Okay.
That was
Greg, I
good.
think we are moving on to your monthly expenditure report and treasurer's report.
Okay. Chotomatene.
Oh yeah, so please, nobody else leave until at least we approve the MER.
Okay, so let me open that. Treasurers. Budget. MERS. Okay, sharing screen now. Okay, so I have two things that I need to share with us. This is the monthly expenditure report for February. March is not posted yet. Shows us our beginning balance. It shows us our thriftiness in spending money for the month of February. We spent $118.71. Then we had an outstanding balance. That's like a bill that just hadn't hit yet, like a pending purchase. I'm sure it's hit by now. Then it showed us what we adopted, showed what's unspent, showed us what's available. And then it went down and it shows us what we spent money on. And then the outstanding expenditure was, that we mentioned earlier, that 318 was payment for our web page manager. And this is just the details of that. So I make a motion that we approve the February monthly expenditure report.
A second.
Thank you. So I'm gonna stop sharing that. Okay. All righty. Madam President, let's vote on that.
Okay.
Let me open up another
It was so
BAC.
fascinating, I forgot to pull up this thing. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody please unmute. Jasmine. Oh.
Ineligible.
Thank you. Dorit.
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John.
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Carlos is absent. Laura. Yes. Hugo is absent. Paula.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Isaac is absent. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell is absent. Michael is absent. Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Nancy is absent. Janie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Did we make quorum on that?
13, yes.
Woo.
13. Okay, I have one other
There's
thing.
I think
Barely.
there's 13 plus an ineligible, so we definitely have quorum. All
Yeah.
right.
I have one other thing.
You have another thing.
Yeah, a reimbursement for the, it's time to reimburse for our storage facility. So I need to show that to you.
Didn't we do that last month, or is it?
Yeah, but then, yeah, we approve the money. Now you get to receive
Oh,
the
now we
bill.
have to pay you back.
Now you gotta pay me. I need to show you how much you are paying. Not paying me, but reimbursing me, okay?
Yeah.
So I do have some questions about the last bill that I don't have an answer yet from the public storage people, but here we go. Okay. This is a public storage bill. This was the first payment for it, $104. This was the second payment for it. And this is the last payment for it. I don't know why it is went up.
Are they paying? Are we paying by the hour?
No, we're not paying by the hour. I know it was suggested that we just give away the things that we have. Some of the, not like the paper supplies and things like that. The consumable things that we give those items away. And then try to find another place because I don't, okay, wait, anyway. This is the document for the reimbursement. Let me see how much that is. It's 300 something. Let me add it up.
Okay, this money has already been spent.
Yeah, no, this money has been spent by me.
Okay.
To pay for the storage place. We have allocated $500 to facilities for this item.
Greg,
And
what volume are we talking about that we need to store?
Oh, you
The
guys,
size of the
wait,
unit.
wait. Before we lose quorum, because we are so close, can we vote first? Because we have to pay him back and then have a conversation just in case.
It's $347.86
Okay.
for reimbursement.
Right, and I don't mean to cut you guys off. Let's have the conversation, but I just want to vote while we still have quorum.
Let's vote.
Let's vote.
Okay, so Greg, it's for you. Can you make that motion or does somebody else have to make the motion?
I think I should make a motion where I'm being reimbursed.
I make the motion to pay the amount needed to cover the storage.
I second Lizzie.
Okay, and the amount needed is what, Greg?
$347.83.
Okay, so Hugh moves, Lizzie seconds. I'm gonna post it into the chat soon, but let's also vote. And then we can have a discussion while I'm posting what we voted on into the chat. I'm sorry, I'm just worried about losing quorum. So everybody unmute. The motion is to reimburse $347.83 for storage. Jasmine, ineligible, right? Dorit?
Yes.
Hunter is absent. John?
Yes.
Gabby is absent. Tori?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Carlos is absent. Laura? Yes. Hugo is absent. Paula? Uh-oh. I know.
Did you call me?
Yes. Yes, I did, Paula.
Okay, oh, yes.
Okay, Raheem.
I had a temporary freeze.
Yes, I saw that. So sad. Raheem.
You're either frozen or just very deep in thought. Yes.
Isaac, yes. Isaac is absent. Marielle?
Yes.
Hugh?
Yes.
Cordell is absent. Michael is absent. Chris?
Yes.
Greg?
I will abstain.
Okay. Nancy is absent. Janie?
Yes.
And Lizzie?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now let's have a discussion.
Okay, the size of the unit is 6 by 5.
Tiny.
Yeah, because the smallest one possible.
Tiny.
And are we using that whole volume or is it a small, I mean, because.
There's some space left. Yes.
Okay, because I can offer a garage with no cost, at least to the end of the year or beyond, depending upon when with our new, I'm hoping that with our new CD10, they will work with us to provide whatever nominal storage space the UNNC needs to run its operations. But it just seems ludicrous to be putting that kind of money.
Yeah.
For
Amen.
So when is the garage available, Chris?
Because we seem to have settled the problem with the gentleman who was busy trying to set a fire behind the building.
All right.
I think we are now open and available for storage.
Okay, then let's talk about that.
Yes.
Sometime next week.
But to give you notice so you can terminate the contract in time and we can set it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I do appreciate that.
And Greg, if we end up having to pay another month, I can walk in with you and just use the UNNC credit card so we don't have to vote a reimbursement.
Okay, that's fine.
So, because I'm seeing 3 different credit cards anyway. And if the garage isn't workable.
It's available. It's available now.
No, I know it's available, but is it clean? Is it neat? Is it safe?
Yeah, it's got shelves. It's got a lock. It's clean. Okay.
All right.
And it costs you absolutely nothing. Now, with all due respect, I had to be up at 3:30 this morning to be at the
No, I know.
airport.
I think this is over.
Can I leave without causing
I
problems?
think we're at the end of the agenda.
Good night.
Good night, Chris. Thank you.
Hey, Greg,
Okay.
if you need help moving, I'm pretty good at moving, schlepping boxes. Just holler, okay?
Hey.
And if
Yeah.
there is something to give away, then let's give it away.
Yeah, let's
Well-
give a letter to the homeless committee so they could start passing it out to folks in need.
Okay.
Yes, that'll work.
We have advertisement material stuff also.
Yeah,
pins.
you guys, we're gonna need to have a storage space. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And moreover, we should not be holding our breath that we will have the opportunity to move our stuff back into the former CD10 building, because it's being referred to as the former CD10 building for a reason. Now, but it's not going to be a former city building. So it's possible we can get a little space in there. It's even maybe possible that we can get an entire office in there if it, I mean, the idea that Mark Ridley Thomas has is to make that a one-stop location for homelessness services. So maybe we can talk him into giving us a space and let our homelessness committee meet theirs. Or I'm thinking.
The only issue is going to be staff on site, because remember at CD10, there was staff that was willing to hang out with us all night.
Yes,
it's getting staff that would be willing to be there. We could ask if they would we could ask if they would trust giving a key to the shelter that's in the back, and maybe we could go back and forth between the shelter.
Yeah. I mean, in other words, I'm being rose-colored glasses positive. I'm not really holding my breath. We'll be meeting, unless things go really south. We'll be having our governing board meetings at the new apartment building. You know, the Gramercy Apartments on Washington, between Gramercy and Wilton, but not for all of our committees. And there's no storage space there. I mean, we're going to be spread a little more thin. And I don't know what the situation is or going to be at the firehouse. In theory, we have space there, but we don't have a key. We have stuff there that I don't know what the stuff is, but we don't have a key.
Oh, we never did get the stuff out of the firehouse?
Well, I don't know how we could have. We don't have a key.
No,
I don't know what the stuff is. I don't know that anyone's been there in years.
Laura, I thought double check with Denise.
Yeah, I'm guessing Denise is the person with a key. But But I also have heard that the place is in very bad shape because the roof was leaking off very badly. And of course, our stuff was in a room on the second floor. So I don't know what's there. Probably wasn't anything we really need on a day-to-day basis because we haven't seen it in years. But what I really don't know is if we can have the space back after the roof is repaired. So a lot of this is in total flux, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, we should adjourn because I think we're without quorum.
Yes, and I need to go.
Yes, as do I.
Can I ask one question though about we haven't had minutes, we haven't approved minutes in months. What the devil's going on with that? Aren't we required to have minutes?
Greg, I'm handing this one to you. And, well, we're not required under Zoom for some reason. That's what Donna said. We're not required, but nonetheless, we want them. Greg,
well, if we're not required, we're not.
We are in consultation concerning the minutes, and what we may have to do is to use some funds for temporary staff to bring us up to speed before the end of the year.
Right.
Thank you.
And alas, but as you know, we have everything is recorded. So what technically Donna said we're good because we have the recordings, but that doesn't help our stakeholders who might want to read our minutes.
Exactly.
No, I know.
Right. So yeah, so we're working with Gabby on that. She has some ready for us to review.
Right.
But she may need some help with that. So we're considering that. Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't mean to be all nasty. I just was,
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not a nasty request. It's just like, just want to know.
Can we just say it's our constant refrain. It's COVID. That's all. This has been.
On that note,
we're coming out of a really interesting year. It's been a year and a couple of weeks, and since this hit, I feel like we've done an amazing job. This neighborhood council has done an amazing job, and all of you, everybody. So,
Laura,
Yeah.
You know who Son is on the list?
I'm sorry.
Son on the participants? Son?
Yeah.
Do we have to
It's-
identify people?
Yeah, it's one of the community members.
Oh,
I
okay.
forgot. Yeah, I forgot her name, first name.
Oh, okay.
But she's, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go also, good people.
Okay, yeah, I can't go till everybody goes.
Okay, good night.
Not that I'm trying to kick you guys out, but I can't go till everyone
Been great.
goes.
Been great.
So what's
Bye.
our official
Bye.
adjournment?
For your ballots, please.
Huh?
Request your ballots
Yes,
for voting.
right.
Okay. I'm gonna call you, Lizzie.
Okay, bye, you guys.
Okay, well,
I have a
Laura,
feeling there's people I'm gonna have to turn off the meeting because they're not really here.
Carlos and Hugo, yeah. What was our official adjournment time?
I'm sorry.
What was our
It's getting
official-
noisy where I am. The boys have come back. It's really noisy here.
Oh, okay, what's our official adjournment time?
Oh, the official adjournment time was 10:40, I will say,
Okay.
even though it's 10:48 now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.